Okay, I'm going live a bit early. Hold on, why is this? There we go. I guess I'll keep this over here. Okay. Alright. We're actually starting a bit early, but not really. So I'm testing different encoder settings this time around. We're testing old school CPU encoding using the Threadripper CPU. So this is actually a CPU encoded live stream this time around. Hold on, I don't see the chat. Hold up. Test. I saw the message from Nicholas earlier. I don't see it. I don't see my own showing up though. Okay, I've enabled all of those things. You don't either? Yeah, I don't see yours showing up. It's funny because yours shows up on stream. I see yours on stream, but I don't see it in the YouTube chat. Huh? What? Okay, I see Met saying hello in the YouTube chat, but I don't see it showing up on the screen. How come I see Nicholas's messages scrolling in the chat, but like on the screen, but I don't see them in the actual YouTube chat? I don't even see my own. What? What's going on here? So that I didn't change. The only thing that's different from my normal live stream is I'm actually using the CPU to encode this live stream. So I'm actually using Threadripper to encode this. Like we're literally encoding a 4K live stream on medium preset, profile main, and then downscaling it to the internet at 1440p. So it's a 1440p 60 stream, but it's actually taking a 4K 60. So it's pretty extreme when you think about it. But we have to downscale it because of the internet bandwidth required to stream 4K 60 is a little bit too much. But how come I don't see Met's message on the screen? I don't even see my own message on the screen. What's going on here? Why is it messed up? I don't understand what happened. Shadow messaged me earlier. So I know he got the Oris Master, and I think he also got that 8000 kit of RAM that I did that video on, and he said it worked perfectly. See, that's the sort of stuff that I want to hear. Like that, that proves that I know what I'm talking about. Because I want when I make guide videos, I want them to be easy enough for somebody to follow the instructions, and it's supposed to work without any problems along the way. That's what I'm striving to do. Are you going to play Ghost of Tsushima again? I don't know. It depends on if I can get caught up on Final Fantasy XIV. I'm almost caught up, actually. I've been making some pretty good progress in this game. I thought it was going to be a monumental task to get caught up after, but it's actually not too bad. Oop, Final Fantasy just crashed. That's weird. Is my stream stuck? It seems to be a thing where... Hold on. Hold on. For some reason... Okay, try... For some reason, people can't see my messages. Yeah, but for some reason, your messages aren't showing up. Why is that happening? I don't understand why. Huh. Why is that not working? I don't know why my messages don't show up on screen. And what's weird is Nicholas' chat messages don't show up in the chat. It's buffering again. So I'm not dropping... No, I'm not. I'm doing CPU. Maybe I should switch over to AV1. I'm using the CPU to encode the stream just to test. I'm testing a 1440p 60 downscale from 4K on the CPU. My CPU utilization right now on Threadripper is like 17%, while encoding the stream and also running the game in the background. Or I guess running the game and encoding the stream in the background. I'm not dropping any frames or something. I have 0% dropped frames. I don't know what's happening with the chat though, because for some reason I can't see all the chat messages. I don't know why. Like Nicholas was in there, but I can't see his messages. But when he types a message, I can see it on the screen, but I can't see anyone else's. Which doesn't make any sense. And I don't know how to fix that. I don't even know why that's happening, to be honest. Hold on, let me see if there's something... This is something that wasn't happening yesterday, so I don't know why this is even happening. You know what? Why is the... How come the subscriber notification plays, but I can't see it on the screen? Hold on, where is the... Yeah, I don't know what's up with OBS. I can't see the messages. I can't see the alerts either. For some reason. I don't know how to fix that. I don't even know why that's messed up. Hold up. What if I do refresh cache of current page? Yeah, I don't know why. I can see your messages in the YouTube chat. I just don't understand why they're not scrolling across the screen. Like if I do a test, it's not showing up on the screen for some reason. How come Nicholas's ones were showing up though? But yet I can't see his in the actual YouTube chat. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I see. Yeah, but see, it doesn't show up. Hold on, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna restart. It's gonna go to a black screen again. I'm going to restart OBS. I think there's something wrong with OBS. Because that's why it was showing a black screen earlier. I'm just gonna shut it off. I'm just gonna reopen it. So I'm gonna stop. So you guys are gonna see the stream kind of like cut out, and it's gonna come back. Okay, it should be back, but I still don't see. I still don't see that stuff scrolling across. Why is that not working? I don't understand what happened. I didn't change anything. I didn't change anything that should be affecting YouTube's subscriber notifications or the chat that's on the overlay. I don't understand why that's not working correctly. What's weird is it was working at the very beginning of the stream, and then it just kind of like stopped working. Well, that's weird. Maybe I should not have ran OBS as admin? Hold on. Is there... Maybe there's another process running that's still stuck. No. So a lot of OBS browser pages running. I don't know why. There are about 9 different ones running. I don't know why. It shows 0 concurrent viewers. Huh. I don't understand why it's broken. This is why I don't always upgrade to the latest version of software. I think I upgraded the software to the latest version on this computer. I don't normally do that because I'm a strong believer of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So if a software version is not causing me any problems, I'm not inclined to upgrade away from it. Unless I'm like beta testing something like Intel's GPU, I typically don't always upgrade to the latest version of software every single time. Unless there's a reason to. Like, unless there's an actual bug that I'm running into, then I will actually do it. But if there's nothing, I usually just stay on the same software release. So now I regret upgrading this version of OBS to the latest. I think something in OBS broke. There's like a bug that doesn't work with the plugin. Or something's broken. Clearly, because I can't see... What I don't understand is why I can't see Nicholas's messages in YouTube. Because YouTube's chat should be showing everybody's messages, regardless. Regardless of whether they show up on the stream or not. This guy was trying to do that quest, but he got attacked along the way. There. The stream seems to be working, but I guess nobody's watching right now. That's weird. Why is it... Do test again. Why does that show up? Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so if I do test, doesn't show up. What gives? What's wrong with this? Okay, now it shows up? Okay, now it shows up. After opening that thing. Garla subscribed 6 hours ago, so I replayed that one. So that one worked. I don't know what happened, but I think now it's working, guys. I had to actually open the browser page to test it, but I think now it's working. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, you guys are still there. That's good. I don't know what happened with Nicholas. Now I see your chat messages, though. Now they're showing up like they're supposed to. So whatever was broken is fixed now. But all I did was, like, open the browser page for the YouTube chat, and then now all of a sudden it's showing up. I've never had to do this before. So I don't know why it works now, and it wasn't working before until I did that. So this is X264 encoding. This is CPU encoding. Doesn't really look that different, does it? I bet it looks pretty much the same as they always do. Wait, that guy pulled the aggro off of the one that I'm supposed to be fighting. That was nice. Have you guys ever played any MMOs? Have you ever played like World of Warcraft? Or maybe this game? Or you guys aren't MMO people? I mean, I don't blame you, to be honest. Like, I kind of play this one as a legacy player. I don't see myself picking up new MMOs. I think there was that one video that someone was talking about a few weeks or maybe a month or two ago about why people still play old games. I feel like it's a problem for developers that want to make a new game, especially a new multiplayer game, and attract a large audience. Because there's a lot of risk. I mean, there's already the Fortnite crowd, there's the League of Legends crowd, there's the COD bros, the Counter-Strike people. You know, people who play first-person shooters, they're just going to play first-person shooters. That's like pretty much all they do. They may also play something like League. But, then there's also the people that play gacha games. I mean, I kind of fall into that category, but not really, because I don't really play that many gacha games. I've only ever really played, realistically, like, Genshin Impact, which I don't actually play anymore, and Star Rail, which I'm slowly exiting out of, and then currently the only gacha game that I started playing, but I don't see myself playing it long-term, is Wuthering Waves. I'm going to try that game for, like, a month, but once that's going to bring us up to, like, Dawn Trail. So once Dawn Trail comes out, I'm going back to being an MMO person. And I don't know what I'm going to do after that. I think it'll be all focused on hardware for the second half of the year. From PlayStation State of Play, the only game that looks interesting to me that's coming out this year is Silent Hill 2. That's the only one. Because I've never played the original Silent Hill 2. And everybody says that game's a masterpiece. So I might as well play that. Okay, that means tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll get the quest to get the next rank. Technically, I do kind of need to... This is gonna look dumb wearing this. These gloves don't match this outfit. I'd have to glamour a different outfit. Whatever. Man, this... can I do glamour plate out here? No. Okay, you know what? In that case, put these on. I think maybe one of the reasons we're having issues with the stream, like, cutting out might be because of the dual GPU. I have to look into that. There may be some conflict with the two graphics cards. So we are in patch 6.4, the Dark Throne, as the name in the stream, in the bottom right of the screen there, implies we are now doing the Dark Throne content. Oh, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to choose one of these things? The little red husks, the coarse yellow flakes, the aromatic black corns, the lustrous crimson powder. That's probably, that's like really spicy. Let's go with the red husk. Let's skip those things. A citrus-like scent. These tiny husks give off a citrus-like scent. Perhaps they will imbue dishes with a zesty note. Alright, let's get this one. What am I supposed to do? Taste the spice in Zero's presence? You tentatively place some of the spice on your tongue. A tingling, tangy numbness grips your mouth. Your reaction speaks volumes. I am actually glad, even though the expansion got delayed by like half a year, I am glad that they delayed it because it, first of all, it gives me more time to get caught up. Second of all, it makes the game come out in the time that it normally releases these.
My usual, please. But with this spice.
Of course, Zero. It would be my pleasure. Well now, this is enough to make a whole kettle of your special curry.
I don't need that much.
Rest assured, it's easy enough to make a serving just for you. Or we could make the kettle and share it. There would be enough not only for your companions but other diners as well. I dare say everyone will be delighted.
Very well. A full kettle, then.
Excellent. We'll prepare it at once. And for your excellency and our esteemed adventurer, are you happy to try a bowl of Zero's curry? We can make yours milder if you prefer.
Grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot fully appreciate the flavor with this vessel. Another time, perhaps. Do not hold back on my account, my friend. Eat and enjoy.
Well then I'll have His Excellency's helping. Don't mind if I do.
Understood. Please, make yourselves comfortable.
Do you do ultimates? I mean, I could if I was caught up. I'm not geared to do protocol right now.
In the area of our cuisine, not least.
I'm just trying to get caught up for Dawnwalker
Spicy
or
dishes
Dawn
have
Trail
long been
Dawnwalker.
favored in our
I actually
South
said
Bay climate
Dawnwalker.
for their ability to whet
Yeah, I'm doing
appetite and
6.4
cool the
right
body.
now. Trying to get through the story.
Of course, spices also have the effect of preserving foods, which makes them highly coveted.
I saw that
in
video the
foreign
other
lands.
day of the one group
All of
that
this has
cleared
given rise to a
Omega
thriving
Protocol
spice industry,
without a
and the
healer.
wealth it brings has
Man,
allowed
that was
our
pretty
nation to
epic. I
prosper
like when
while
people do stuff
maintaining
like
its
that.
neutrality.
So you trade your spices? Seems rather more complicated than trading.
I'll attempt ultimate if I can get caught up in time.
In the beginning, this land was no more than refuge for me. But now it is my home, and the people of Radzathan my beloved children. Together, we build this vibrant nation. And naught would please me more than to show it to my sister one day.
Vibrant. Rubicante said the same when he described this world. A reminder of all that has been stolen from us. What many who remember doubtless yearn to take back.
I think it was the Asians. The Asians are the ones who caused the
A
problem.
lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew. In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
Nonetheless, it's wrong to damn another to save yourself. As I told Rubicante, as I found myself moved to speak. I still do not understand what made me feel this way, nor what compels you mortals to help one another. But I hope to someday.
We too hope that you will find the answers you seek.
Oh, here they come.
What is going on?
What is going on? Yes.
Compliments of Mistress Zero, the Satrap's honored guest. We are serving a special curry for anyone who wishes to partake. But be warned, it is not for the faint of heart.
That looks... That,
By all means, I'd welcome the challenge.
I chose the citrus one.
Sisters have mercy. The smell alone is...
What?
It burns! It burns!
I like how the Akasatra just kind of like keeled over. Just by smelling it.
To better maintain the facade, the alchemists ensured that my vessel was capable of consuming food. However, I fear Zero's curry would test the limits of their design.
Apologies for the delay. Please relax.
The warrior light looks nervous.
Relax. I don't have time for that. I've been waiting for this. Come, let's replenish our ether.
Are you sure? What? Okay, well they weren't affected by that apparently. Everyone else passed out. Except that one guy in the back. There's one guy sitting there just drinking his drink. My whole life flashed before my eyes, and it was exhilarating. It looks, the drinks look like they've got some kind of mango lassi or something.
I shall have Marit prepare a meal for us to take to Estinian.
Yeah, that drink, that's mango lassi. That looks good.
Is overdue a replenishment. By this hour, he will have retired to his chambers at Magaduta. Come, let us pay him a visit.
That one guy. Spicy circulation 22. Reforged by the flames of truly challenging curry.
Estinian, are you there? We've brought something for you.
Enter.
Squid masala from the Mehane. I thought you might enjoy it.
Masala, eh? I prefer my squid dried. But I'm sure it won't disappoint. My thanks. Idle as I am in our sorceress's absence, I see. I can't offer much in the way of entertainment, but make yourselves comfortable.
What?
Shall we disrobe as well?
What?
No, no.
No,
We
no.
simply caught our friend unprepared. He will make himself presentable at once, I am sure.
What? So random. Oh man. I told you this game's episodes are like a show. It's like watching Dragon Ball Z. Or One Piece or something. It's actually kind of more like One Piece now the more I think about it.
At last. We've been looking for you.
Oh, Urianger's back. We haven't seen this guy in
My
a while.
friends, tell me, were you able to devise a way to return to the 13th?
I believe so. It required a visit to the moon, where I took the opportunity to enlist Urianger's assistance.
Oh, that means the rabbits are coming back.
Ishtola hath told me all. I should be glad to help you free Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
If Rubicante spoke true, both Golbez and Ashdaya are on the moon of the 13th. Unlike here in the Source, however, we have no means of making the journey from the surface of the star itself. The technology simply does not exist. Therefore, I propose that we employ a gate to deliver us directly to our destination.
Is such a feat possible?
In theory. Having once been a single hole, the Source and its reflections share striking similarities in geography. And according to a certain someone who unceremoniously whisked us away to the first, the same locations across the worlds are intrinsically bound. All of which is to say, were we to pass through a gate on the Source's moon, it should lead us to the moon of the 13th. Of course, there is the risk of Voidsent gaining entry to our world. Thus did I decide to seek Urianger's counsel.
Both the Watcher and the Loporrits are aware of our proposed endeavor. While they are yet deliberating precautionary measures, they have pledged their full cooperation.
You've been busy. I presume you've also found a way to open this gate.
Be it in Radzat-Han or Sharlayan, scholars have long cast their gaze unto the endless dark of the void. And so, with harnish insights to augment our knowledge, we have indeed conceived of a promising plan to pierce the veil. A plan I am confident will succeed, precisely because the moon is our stage. The preparations will be extensive, and we will require vast quantities of ether. After all, our gate must be large enough to accommodate another great worm.
Oh, he's gonna have to go in. Oh, the sister. The sister's gonna have to go in dragon form.
My proposal entails delivering copious amounts of ether to the Tower of Babel.
Copious amounts. The tower? What?
As you will recall, Fandaniel used the structure to destroy the Brand's imprisoning Zodiac. And we, in like manner, will use it to channel ether to the moon.
Oh yeah, Fandaniel, that lame
open
person.
our gate.
That was a lame-o. A lame-o
I
ass.
see. Then we shall need someone on the moon for the necessary rituals.
Just so, Your Excellency. I intend to head back anon for that very purpose, as well as to help devise our strategy to deal with invading Voidsent. Along with our lunar allies, we will once again require the assistance of your alchemists, Nidana not least of all. May I trouble you to serve as their escort?
Oh, Estinian?
Fine by me. The room was beginning to feel constraining.
For my part, I shall oversee the requisite tasks on the star. Might I prevail upon you for your assistance?
If all are in agreement, then let us set to work.
Man, Zero's probably like, man, these people, their lives are so not boring like
We'll open our
mine.
gate, and we will
I'm just
stop
gonna follow them
Golbez.
around because I got nothing better to do. That's essentially what she's doing. Like, she's got nothing better to do, so might as well, like, hanging around these guys is far more entertaining than just sitting around in a dead world as a Voidsent the whole time for, like, hundreds of years. They're going to Lamentorium. Where are we going, actually? Here we go, guys. The Dark Throne. This is it. Oh, I thought it was gonna, like, show Golbez or something. Do I need the piety one? Do I need spell speed? Tenacity? Whatever. But yeah, Ecliptic was asking earlier, do you do ultimates? Realistically, I'm probably not gonna be able to do Omega Protocol before Dawn Trail comes out. I'm thinking like the goal right now is to get through the whole story so I can get into Dawn Trail. I'm not gear locked or anything like that for the expansion. And then what I'll probably do, to be honest, like I don't see myself doing the ultimate. I don't think I'm gonna have enough time. Unless I can get into a group that has already cleared it, but I highly doubt that's going to happen. I would, at the very least, I want to try to do the EX trials that I have not done to try to farm the mounts. That is probably what I'll end up doing. But realistically, I mean, that's ideal. That's my ideal. Realistically, what I can probably end up doing is just complete the story. Then go play Shadow of the Erd Tree, because that's coming out soon. And then that will lead up to Dawn Trail. So what I'll probably end up doing, because I know like once Dawn Trail comes out, obviously the Ultimate's not going to be a thing until the next one, until they bring it back in probably like 6 or 7.2 or 1.5 or whatever. So what I'll probably do, like, okay, there's a difference between idealistically versus realistically. Ideally, I do all the EX trials and farm all the cats. Realistically, I don't do any of that until I hit level 100 in Dawn Trail, then go back and clear them when they're much, much easier. Just steamroll through with a group of 7 other people, like a full party, and farm them up. Because that's, like, way less headache than trying to like do Party Finder and host groups to do them. Because I've done it both ways, right? Like I've done the Shadowbringer EX trials when they were on content, and I got Diamond Gwibber and one of the other ones. I think it was the Innocent Gwibber. Then I literally just waited until Endwalker, and then just did all the other ones. Like the Hades one, the Seed of Sacrifice one, and Emerald Weapon, Ruby Weapon, and Titania. And got all of them, like, at level 90. And it was, like, way easier. I even helped people do the Diamond Weapon fight, which was so much easier to do with randoms at level 90 versus doing that on content at level 80. So that's realistically what I'll probably end up doing. Going ham. Now you understand why you didn't read our messages. There's another stream open called Fatal Frame. You should somehow caught the title of a stream you did months ago. Wait, what? Okay, hold up. For real? What? Okay, I think I know what's going on then. Wait a minute, I can fix that. Hold on. Okay, I know. Okay, that's what's going on? This stream can't be accessed again. Exiting will not end the stream if it's currently live. There's 2 streams? Yeah. Oh, okay. Guys, I figured out what's wrong. Okay. Bam, there we go. Okay, there you guys are. Okay. I'm deleting that one. So whoever's in there, they're gonna get kicked from it, or it's just gonna like vanish. Because how is there 2 of them live? What? So you were in the wrong one? Oh, wait a minute. How did that one even get created? What? Okay, now I can see. Hold on. Why do I not see people's messages, though? That one that showed up for me. What? So, okay. Well, whoever's in there right now, it's gone. Mysteries, why does it have the same title name of the stream you did months ago? Yeah, I know. Good question. I don't even know what happened. I don't even know how that happened, guys. Like, I really don't know how that happened. Well, whatever that one was, that one's gone now. Now everybody's chat messages are showing up. So that explains the reason why... That explains the reason why people were confused. Or why I wasn't seeing chat... Like, I was seeing Nicholas's chat messages were showing up on the screen up here. Then I opened the chat box in a browser to see, like, why I wasn't seeing anyone else's messages. Then everyone else's messages started showing up. And then his messages weren't showing up. So now, like, everybody should be showing up. Because I've removed the duplicate stream. I don't even know how that even happened. So that's why we were having all these weird issues with the chat, with messages not showing up. Okay, that's really weird, though. I don't even know why that happened, or how that happened. I have to go back and look because, see, I don't normally use this computer to live stream, so maybe this computer, there's probably some residual setting somewhere in either OBS or something that's not set up correctly. I have to go back and figure that out, though, afterwards. Because this sort of thing never happens on the Thursday show. Like, that never has these sort of problems. And that's because I use that computer that I literally only use it for the live streams. That computer is basically dedicated for live streaming, and that's the reason why it's set up perfectly. This computer, I just kind of like mishmash, throw everything together, trying to copy all the settings, and hopefully everything's right, and then just go live. So that's probably the reason why, if I had to guess. I mean, it's the only explanation that I have. But I think that the reason why we were having problems earlier is because I'm running 2 graphics cards. So what I probably need to do, because the way this computer is set up, it's almost like a laptop that has a discrete graphics card. Because I have my monitors hooked up to the weak graphics card, and I'm using the powerful graphics card to do the rendering and all the other stuff, even though it's not physically connected to the monitors. So there's some kind of weird, like, there's some duplication of data that has to generate the workload on the big graphics card. Then it has to funnel it via PCIe over to the weak graphics card, and the weak graphics card then just copy pastes it out to the monitors. So there's something going on there. That's kind of like how a laptop works, because the discrete graphics card is usually not wired to the display. So it's the same thing. So I essentially am using a Threadripper as though it was a laptop. So the way I could fix that is I physically connect my monitors to the high-end graphics card, and then just don't use the little graphics card for any of that stuff. So that's probably what I need to do, and try that next time, see if I'm still running into the problems. Because I think what happened was when I first started the stream, there was some kind of error message I got, and I think it's because I'm using dual GPUs. And one GPU is connected to the monitors, but I want the other GPU to do all the work. And because it's not, there's no PLX chip or anything, because it's a desktop, maybe OBS or something doesn't like that, and there's probably some kind of problem. So I think the fix is connect the monitors to the primary graphics card, and just don't use the little graphics card. That's what I'll try doing next time. I would need to test that, though, just to see if that theory is true. The mystery is, why did it have the same title and description as the stream you did months ago? So, I know why that is. because I think that is kind of the default. YouTube uses a default system. Typically, when I do the Thursday live streams, I use a template that I apply so that it automatically adds that live stream to a playlist for the weekly live streams. So that one always ends up being in the same group. But if I don't use the template, I think YouTube will just use some kind of default live stream. And it just so happens that Fatal Frame, Maiden of Black Water, playthrough, blah, blah, blah. That thing is probably whatever the last default one that I saved was, probably that one. Because the thing is, that Fatal Frame, Maiden of Black Water, that was a stream that I did more than 2 years ago. That would have been like March of 2022. So that was a long time ago. A simulacrum. Okay, he's gonna explain Y'shtola's plan. We're going to the moon. We're going to the evil moon. And we're gonna probably end up fighting Golbez. Because all of his henchmen are dead. That's basically what it is. So, we can either skip all this dialogue or just listen to what he has to say. The Tower of Babel. We gotta go to the Tower of Babel? I don't want to go there. If that's required, those three can go there and they can come back when they're done. I'm not going to the Tower of Babel. Take Zero with you. She can handle it. I'm not going to do that. I'll just sit here and talk about technology the whole time while they go to the Tower of Babel and do whatever they need to do. They got to get some vast quantity of ether. What does that mean? They need a bunch of Ethernet cables? I've got some Ethernet cables. Okay. What are people doing in Party Finder right now? Like, is anybody doing, like... Hey, someone's doing Unreal. Singularity Unreal. Anabaseo, Savage, 12 Circle. So some people doing Savage. The problem is I ain't got time for that. Like, the thing is, I'm not even geared for that. Oh, we gotta go to the airship. What does he want us to do? I'm just skipping all the dialogue. We'll just figure it out as we go. Oh, we're here. We're in Old Charlian. Man, this game has good music. I'm tempted to skip these cutscenes if they're not voiced.
Well now, if it isn't two of my dearest friends.
As for the other two, I don't believe we've had the pleasure.
I say that and she starts talking. They don't want me to skip the dialogue.
In this vessel, perhaps. 'Tis I, Vashan. Though, you are welcome to call me Vritra, if you prefer.
He's Vitra.
Take no mind. I merely accompany them.
I pray you forgive us our intrusion. If you are occupied, we shall call again anon.
It's quite all right. We've just finished swapping all our secrets anyway. Erenfil occasionally comes and shares the latest Gleaner
So the
gossip
question
we
was
see.
that live stream showing the exact same live stream?
From forgotten
That was
ruins
literally a
to
duplicate live stream
mysterious
going the
relics.
whole time?
If there's aught that might be of interest to the students,
That other one that was titled
kindly
Fatal
lets
Frame?
us know.
Alas, I must soon depart on an expedition. As I may be away for an
Wow.
extended period,
Okay.
I wish to give Trial fair warning. Hence my visit today.
The exact same. That was wow.
I see. There are specimens that want for procuring, I presume?
That's weird.
No, no, it isn't guild ship business, but rather... homecoming.
Man, this guy's going to the expansion.
But enough about me. You have business too, yes? And I'm in the way.
That dude, the rabbit, the male rabbit man, he is going to the expansion.
We should be grateful
He's talking
if you
about
could
a
stay and
homecoming.
share your
Okay,
knowledge
I'm
of
going
the
to the
nearby
expansion.
islands with us. We seek a means to travel to the void. There,
Something about
a
Halloween.
man named Golbez plots to invade our world. A man who even now holds
Oh,
my sister
man.
hostage. To that end, we require a great quantity of ether, which we understand.
That explains
we
why I
had
was
on
typing
the
like
island
test, test,
We
test,
came in the
test,
hope
and
of
like none of those
exploring
messages
how
were
it might
showing up
best
and
be
no one was
procured.
replying. And then like Met was here earlier. I don't know if he's still
An
here, but
invasion from the 13th. Must the stakes always be so dramatic?
You have a knack for finding trouble. If Gleaners collected world-ending crises, you could make quite a name for yourself in our profession.
okay. So somehow, some of the guys joined in the correct
true the
one.
Isle
I
of
don't know
Arms are
how.
relatively
Honestly, I really
front
don't know
of
how
evil.
that second one got, that duplicate
As it's
one got
under the
started.
forum's direct
I have
jurisdiction,
no way
only a
of
privileged
viewing
few get to
that.
set foot there.
The only way I found out about that was when Marcelo pointed it out. YouTube recommended you the Fatal Frame stream.
If we want to help ourselves to the Isle's ether, we'll need to secure the forum's permission.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know how that one got generated, because I didn't create that one.
Very well. The students of Baldessian recognize your endeavors.
That's
as
weird. I gotta check
combating
something. There's
a
probably something
grave
weird on this
threat to the
computer
world.
that's not set up
As
correctly.
representative, I hereby pledge our
Because the
full
last time I
assistance.
set the live stream up, maybe it has something to do with when I
Now
tried to
that
do the
it's
dual
official,
live stream
you
with
may
Twitch
leave
one
the
time.
politics and paperwork to
Because
me.
I used this computer to
Our
do that.
operations remain small,
Hold on,
but
maybe
we shouldn't
I
need
don't think I'm streaming to
assistance.
Twitch. No, I wouldn't be streaming to Twitch
We are
because I didn't log in, so I wouldn't be doing that. Somehow, maybe it sent to YouTube twice. It probably sent what
If I
we thought
may.
was supposed to go to Twitch, but it sent it to YouTube twice.
According to the original plan for the
I don't know. I'll
Exodus,
have to look at it
ether
afterwards.
collected
I
from
don't
the
know what
Isle of
happened.
Harm was to power the Ark. Art thou perchance familiar
This
with
is the computer that I
logistics of
attempted
this
to
endeavor?
do a dual live stream once, though. I streamed to Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. I was testing that to see if I had enough
don't know anything
bandwidth
about that, I'm afraid.
over my internet to see if I could
Nor do I
actually
think any cleaner
handle
would.
streaming to two different
You
websites
might have
simultaneously.
better luck asking someone
And it
involved
seems
in
like it
Ark's
works,
construction.
but the problem is I run the risk
Margaret,
of
for instance.
disconnecting
She's a
from one
researcher
or
in
the
Sheridan
other
Hamlet.
intermittently
I met with her for a
because the
job recently,
bandwidth,
and
because
she
I could get
mentioned
bandwidth
working on the
starved,
Ragnarok's propulsion system.
essentially.
You could do worse than to seek her out while awaiting the forum's verdict.
We may well do
Especially
just
if you're streaming
that.
for a very long period of time, like several
Our
hours.
gratitude for thine advice, and may this threat be but a memory upon thy return.
I like how he uses
You're quite welcome.
Shakespeare. He uses like an older
Now,
way of
if you'll
speaking his
excuse me.
English. He uses formal English when he speaks. Oriange. He's using thy.
I best
Thee,
start
thou.
drafting our petition. Go
Ye.
on and find your researcher.
Hither.
I'll contact you as soon as we've made progress.
That's like
Let us
formal
leave matters
English.
here to Mistress Kryl and hie ourselves to Labyrinthos.
See how he just spoke? Man, I gotta turn the audio up. Every time Oriange talks, you want to listen to the dialogue. That is formal English. He speaks in formal English. We don't actually use formal English anymore.
Right then, time to put our best foot forward.
All she's gonna do is read a bunch of books.
A pity you can't tidy yourself.
She's just gonna read a bunch of books.
You when I had the chance.
Because she isn't even gonna... Kryl isn't gonna do anything until the expansion. So she's gonna sit here, read a bunch of books until it's time to go to the expansion.
What have we here?
So is the rabbit dude. Actually, I think he's gonna do something, but I think he's gonna... He's gonna get on a boat, because we saw him in the trailer. Okay. The Students of Baldessian has been added to the codex. What is this? Stranger from Paradise and Wandering Minstrel? Oh, I can unlock the... Hold on, turn this up a little bit. Also, I want to probably turn the voice to 70. Stranger from Paradise. Okay, skip this. Skip that. And let's go talk to the Wandering Minstrel. We gotta talk to him. Every time you want to do all the like super hardest content in the game, you gotta talk to him. This guy, this is actually Yoshi P. This is actually Yoshi P himself. This is the director of the video game. Like, he's literally in the game as a permanent fixture. Okay, about... Oh, yeah. I gotta talk to him if I want the EX trial. So, I gotta go talk to the director of the game, in the game that he made, so that he can tell me, he can give me the access to the harder difficulty level. That's how they do things in this game. Is he gonna sing a song, though? Or is he just gonna say, okay. A world without death, where the strong devour the weak. And a woman touched by, what? Darkness? But this archfiend, Barbarisha, is as cruel as she is ravishing. Though she is fearsome enough, by your account, I cannot help but wonder, what if she had devoured more of the great worm's ether? Yes, they come to me. The beginnings of a new verse. Pray, listen if you will. Oh, he's gonna sing. He's gonna sing. Oh, there we go. In armor black from shadowed lair, the knight with steely voice declared, a dragon's freedom did he steal. Wind made flash, the archfiend fair, her pride, her long and lustrous hair, on dragon's soul she feasted well. You gotta listen to his song, and then you get the... There you go. Storm's Crown Extreme Difficulty. Okay, what's the item level to do that? Can I even do that? Oh, I can? I qualify. I qualify to do this fight. You need to have an item level of 600. My item level is 630 right now. Okay, now let's unlock Rubicante. We don't need him to sing again. I'll just skip this one. Alright, Mount Ordeals Extreme. Okay, I've unlocked 2 of the harder fights. So we got Storm's Crown, Mount Ordeals. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5 out of 7. Every expansion, there are 7 extreme. Sometimes there's more. Sometimes there's an 8th. But in this case, there's 7. So I'm missing 2 of them. Which means one of them we're going to see. Well, we're going to see the normal mode on this stream. And then the one after will be the final one. And that should get me caught up for the expansion. So we got 2 more of these fights to get through. Hey, this guy got a car? He just like rolled up on his car right here? Look at that. He's just sitting there in his regalia. Meanwhile, I have to ride on top of my wolf. Here we go. Fly like the never-ending story, Torgal. This area in the game has one of the best songs when it's daytime. Right now it's at nighttime. At nighttime, a different song plays for every zone. We actually might do some of the raid fights too. I think I've already done my weekly though. I've already done my 24-man weekly. I think we are, what, less than 48 hours away from the NVIDIA announcement. The NVIDIA keynote. What do you guys think? Are you guys getting the RTX 5080? So here's the thing. I believe the 5080 is probably going to be a 384-bit bus. And the 5090 is probably going to be a 448. Based off of the leak that we saw, that we talked about yesterday. So that means 5080 at 384-bit bus at like $1,300 or $1,200 or whatever. See, here's the thing, guys. This is what I think NVIDIA is going to do. I think NVIDIA is going to try to justify the $1,200 price point. What is she doing? What the... We are glad for you. What? You don't think you can afford 5090? See, 5080 is... NVIDIA is going to try to justify that over $1,000 price point. They want to charge like $1,200 or more for the 5080. And I think because if they make the 5080 a 384-bit bus, or maybe a 320-bit bus, they can justify the $1,200 price point. And then what I can see them doing is if they do 384-bit 5080 Ti next year, they can justify a $1,500 5080 Ti. And then 5090 will be like anywhere from $1,800 to maybe over $2,000. Matt's saying you expect minimum $2,500. Well, if the yeah, I agree. If the 5090 is a 448-bit bus, you know it's gonna be like $2,000 or more. They're gonna try to get it back to that RTX Titan price point. And they can try to justify it this time around because they got if they do a 448-bit bus. Do you think they'll do GDDR7? Yeah, I think so. Oh, for the lower end card? No, not the lower end cards. The middle market is gonna be GDDR6. They never even, cause okay, think of it like this. They did GDDR6X for their higher end cards, but when it came to their mid-market, lower end cards, they only did the regular GDDR6. It's the same thing. They're just gonna use GDDR6 for their lower end parts. I think what Nvidia is going to do is they've kind of taken a note out of AMD's playbook when it comes to adding cache to GPUs for their lower end cards. We've seen them do this with the 4060, 4060 Ti, 4070, those puny, scrawny little memory bus things. The only reason why those cards are able to match or slightly exceed their older variants, like for example, 4070 versus 3070, or 4060 and 3060, the only reason why the 40 series is doing slightly better at the same resolution at like 1080p or maybe 1440p is because they have more amounts of cache, but they have weaker memory bus. So as soon as you go up the resolution stack, when you start pushing 1440p or higher refresh, the older cards actually start doing better. That's the reason why the 3080 versus a 4070, the 3080 holds up so well against a 4070 at higher resolutions. Where am I supposed to go? It's like they have this place nicely. They cut the grass here and stuff, but it's like, okay. GDDR7 isn't needed on... Yeah, they're not going to do that on the lower end cards. It doesn't make any sense financially either, because that stuff's newer, so it's going to be more expensive for the BOM cost. You just saw the news that the Ryzen 16 core for AM4 is on its way. Is that a... Wait, is that a China market thing? Or is that actually coming out globally? Man, that is so weird that AMD is still doing AM4 CPUs. Do you guys think they need to be making AM4 CPUs? The only reason why they'd be doing this is because that's their only DDR4 platform. Is that even necessary though? Like, I don't know, man. I think that's kind of weird. AM4 will top Skyrim and releases it this... I know, right? Like, what... Well, hasn't it already done that, though? The socket itself has, like... How many CPUs does that socket even have? If you were to count all the CPU products that AM4 supports, all the way back from Zen 1... Even the... You do know that Zen 1 had 4-core, 8-thread CPUs. Ryzen 3's... Like a 1300X, a 1400X, those are actual CPUs. So like the total number of AM4 CPUs is probably equal to like all of LGA 1700 combined. and more. Well, more. Because you've got like Zen 1, you got Zen 1, Zen Plus, Zen 2, Zen 3, Zen 3 Plus with this, you know, this XT stuff. You have those weird XT 3000 series. You have the X3D stuff. Like, man. You go all the way down from quad core all the way up to 16 core. All in the same socket. All the same motherboard. I'm not sure why they're still doing that. Especially the 8-core. I don't think AMD needs to make single CCD Zen 3 or AM4 anymore. Like the high core count, I get that one. Because the CPU mining people will be looking for that. CPU mining right now is most profitable on a 5950X, a 3950X, and maybe a 7950X. But because the 750X costs so much money, it's hard to say. It is it's the best one, but it's also the most expensive
Bound for
one.
the Isle of Harm. You look like the ones Master Fortuno told me to expect. If you're ready to depart, then so am I. Just say the word.
No one says anything.
Is something
Urianger
the matter?
looks around.
I did recruit one other to our party, but he is late to arrive.
Yeah, Rabbit Boy. The Gleaner. Where's the Gleaner? Oh, what? This dude? For real? We haven't seen this guy in like 2 years. Thancred?
Forgive me my delay.
Thancred? 'Tis good to see you.
Man, we legit haven't seen Thancred in like 2 years, man.
If it isn't Varshan. They do grow up so quickly.
I only had like less than 1K subs when the last time I saw this guy.
Exciting new tribulations to face.
It's been so long since we've seen Thancred. My YouTube channel was like 1,000 subs or something back in the day.
And
The last
you
time I
must
saw
be
this
zero.
dude.
I've heard all about your daring do in Garlemald. A pleasure.
She doesn't say anything to him.
Apart from strengthening our company with his redoubtable skill at arms, Thancred may also serve as a mentor in those matters that trouble thee.
Huh? So he's basically suggesting that she needs counseling?
I speak of the intangible forces which bring souls together. Thancred is possessed of experience both unique and insightful that I am sure he would gladly share with thee. Thou needst but ask.
That's awkward. That's like saying, it's like he's implying that she needs to go to counseling. I like how everyone just kind of awkwardly stands there, and then the Warrior of Light just kind of looks off to the side, like, can we do something else, guys? Wait, what? We're doing a dungeon? When you see the yellow things on people's heads, when you see the little diamonds on everybody's heads, that basically means it's time to do a dungeon. Now the problem is Thancred is a gunbreaker. You can see the gunbreaker, the gunblade on his back. But guess what? So am I. And the problem is, we can only fit one gunbreaker. So I'm sorry, Thancred, but you're not here. You showed up, but you're gonna have nothing to do, pal. Sorry, because I'm gonna be the gunbreaker, not you, unless I want to switch jobs. So we got, what do we got here? We got Urianger. He is an astrologian. You look like him, but the inverse colors. He's like, oh man, I just realized that you have the same type of weapon. I think now, I guess I'm redundant. I can't be here. And also, look, his gunblade is only like this big. This gunblade is like the cool. This is the cool one. It lights up. Mine has RGB. His doesn't have RGB. See, my gunblade has the RGB. So definitely, I'm the one who gets to be the tank, not him. Meanwhile, this dude, we're gonna need him because he speaks formal English. He could translate, and he's the healer. That's like the most important thing. He's the healer. So he is definitely coming with us. She is nothing more than a DPS. She just brings the deeps, bring the numbers, damage numbers. She's a Reaper. She got that scythe. And then this guy, he's a simulacrum. This isn't even his true form. He's actually a dragon in disguise. He is a tank because he has a shield, but the thing is he is a liar because he actually can do more than one role. So he's basically the flex. He can be anything. This guy's a tank, this is a healer, this is a DPS, this is a flex. He can basically be whatever you need. But because I'm probably gonna tank, we don't need him, unfortunately, which means it's just gonna be these three. So, and myself. Unless I want to play with other players, then I can just form a group with other people. But then I have to queue up and wait to be matched with others. Do you think the 5090 has to increase the register file size? Since one of the 4090 design flaws is that they can't feed the shaders data properly to the execution units. Wait, so are you implying that the 4090 has inherent bottlenecks within it? Let's see. I can go monk. I can just go like this. If they need me to do the style. I can power up like I'm Dragon Ball Z. And change forms. I can just do this. So if they want me to DPS, then I can bring Thancred as a tank. Although I don't think I'm... Hold on. Can I even do this though? Wait, hold up. What is the level you need to be? Oh, I don't qualify as a monk. My gear is too terrible. In fact, as a monk, I don't even qualify to do the previous dungeon. You need to have an item level of 605. And as a monk, my item level is 588. So I am way too weak. What about if I transform into a scholar? Still fail. 599. Machinist? Wait, I didn't know I had that. Machinist 582. So, yeah, this is fail. Okay, well, that's a fail. I've got to be a tank. Tank is the only job that I have, like, maxed out. Just where are these? Okay. Alright, well, sorry, Thancred. I tried to see if I could fit you in, but... too bad. It's gonna have to be these three. Why do you think in Call of Duty AMD has such a large performance advantage? Isn't that because it's Frostbite engine? Frostbite engine loves AMD. Frostbite engine loves AMD. Oh wait, Call of Duty's not Frostbite. Is it? No, Frostbite is the Battlefield engine, isn't it? I think I got that backwards. It's not, it's 5800 XT. Wait, why are we in like a snow area? This is bright. Okay. See, notice that because he is not the tank, he actually knows how to fight with a different weapon. So he's gonna use like this giant, what is this thing? It's like a Naginata. I don't even know what this thing... It's like a... Man, what is the non-Japanese word for this? His weapon? It's like a lance, but it's not a lance. It's got like a curved blade on the end. It's not a spear. It's like a... It's not a scimitar. Man, what is that thing called? Alright, power up. Let's go. A pole arm. Thank you. It's a pole arm.
This will hurt.
Did Vitra just say, get over here like Scorpion from Mortal Kombat?
forced my hand.
100 megahertz less boost, base clock. There's polar bears. We're like super far north for some reason. Oh, because Charlene is actually in the north. What are we talking about? The 7800 GRE performs like a 4070 Ti Super. What is this? 100? Oh, 100 megahertz less boost. Base clock. Giant man sharks just jumped out of ice cold water. That's very realistic. I mean, not the part about them being man sharks, just the fact that sharks jumped out of ice water. Because that's totally real. Uh-oh.
You forced my hand.
One of them forced his hand.
Make ready.
Zen 2's variants had the highest clock speeds. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's really weird though that they're keeping AM4 alive so long. Because what I thought they were actually winding down AM4, like it was gonna go end of life later this year. Because when I checked the local Micro Center stock of CPUs, the stock of AM4 CPUs is actually getting low. Like they don't have that many of them. The one exception is the X3D. They've got a ton of 5800 X3D, but they don't have a whole lot of everything else. And I think it's because they're like winding down production of those CPUs. I mean, those CPUs were new, like the architecture was new in the year 2020. You guys have to remember that. That's a long time ago. By technology standpoint, that's like almost 4 years old. It'll be 4 years old later this fall, which means that that is an old architecture. That Zen 3 architecture. I can barely hear myself speak over these guys. I gotta turn some of this down. Turn it down a little bit. There we go. Oh, okay, we got these two big boys up here, and then we're gonna fight the first boss. So these 4-man dungeons always have 3 boss fights. So we're coming up on the first one. It takes about, with a good group of other players, these usually only take like anywhere from 12 to 15 minutes to clear the entire thing. But because I'm using AI, it's gonna be slower. I can't do the giant pulls as a tank because the AI healer is not as good as a human player. At least not yet. With all this chat GPT stuff, who knows what's gonna happen with the next expansion.
You forced my hand.
When AI starts outplaying humans in this game, that's the beginning of the end, like for gaming. Because think about it like that. Think about it. Like if someone's having to grind a dungeon over and over again, to get like a certain whatever, like the power leveling or something, why would they team up with other players to run through the dungeon over and over and over again if it's better to just do it with an AI? That's what I mean by the beginning of the end. Right now, it's way more efficient to play with other people. What is this? This thing looks like a dinosaur face with like a fish tail. He's a weird looking boss. He's got like shark teeth. Body slam. He created some ice pillars. So we're gonna have to hide. The reason why I like to do the first clear with AI is because the AI basically cheats and they tell you exactly where you need to go. The AI knows exactly where to stand to avoid, like, instant death.
That's far enough.
Uh-oh, that's not good. We probably need to run over here, right? Yeah. Yes, just stand there so I have to run all the way across to you.
Be gone! Make ready!
Uh-oh. Where do we go, guys? Okay.
I am of the first brood.
Oh boy. Oriage barely even healed me? Up sweep. He's doing all these like ocean sounding moves. Instead of saying up sweep, he's not saying like upwelling. Where's upwelling? Let's get some upwelling in here. Where's those nutrients? Where's the El Nino? Where's the El Nino effect? Is this guy gonna do the El Nino attack? And the La Nina attack? El Viejo? Where are his, like, where's those oceanography moves? Oh, he's died. That is the weirdest looking boss. What type of weird, like, what is this? He looks like a stegosaurus with a fish face. What item level dropped? Ooh, this place is dropping 625. This stuff's dropping 625. That's dangerously close to my maximum average item level right now. Maybe 5800 XT is 5950X that can't reach the required speeds. Maybe. Well, yeah, it could be, but you would think that the, well, I don't know, maybe. Usually they reserve XT for like a better skew. So I was assuming that maybe the process is, the node is so mature that it's so cheap and easy to manufacture those without a lot of issues. But maybe those are just mostly the leftover silicon, who knows. Why are we fighting what looks like an endangered species? These are puffin birds. They're puffin birds with a long hairstyle. They got the long hair. Like a Chinese gacha game.
Together we shall overcome this.
Why do all these birds have the heavy status? They can barely run at me. I can outrun them. I like how we went from what looked like Antarctica to green grass in the highlands.
Make ready.
Yes, we're all gonna stand right next to the tank. So when they all direct their AoE attacks at me, these two people standing next to me will just get hit and die instantly. At least the healer knows how to hang back and not like stand up there in front of everything. See what I mean? Okay, yeah, they follow. Oh, look, Zero just stood there and got hit. That's exactly what I mean by you're not supposed to stand with the tank if you're a DPS. This is not how it's supposed to be done. That's such a bad role model. I think the second boss is coming up soon. Well, I think we have to fight like 1 or 2 more clears. 1 or 2 more sets. And then I think the second boss. Yeah. Okay, now we got some crystal golems. Ham golem. This is a new enemy. I've never seen this thing before. Okay, then we've got some more puffin birds and 2... Looks like there's like 2 weird crystal demon things.
Be gone.
Out of my way.
I need to look at some of the alternative methods to level up in this game to get from level 80 to 90, because my plan, the way I handle every one of these expansions is I always do the story on one of the new character classes / jobs. So for this expansion, I'm probably going to be playing as Viper, which is the new melee DPS, or Pictomancer, which is the new caster. So one of those two. But the thing is, the way they do it is you always they always introduce the new jobs 10 levels below the maximum level of the previous expansion. So what that means is if the maximum level, currently the max level is 90, that means that the new jobs will start at level 80. Which means if you want to do the new content, the new expansion content, you're going to first have to level, and you want to do it as a new job, you have to first level the new job from 80 to 90, and then you can do the new content. Which is kind of annoying, but I get why they do it. They basically funnel people through doing old content if they want to play the new jobs first. They can't just like start at max level and just go through the content for the final 10 levels. So I gotta come up with a strategy to figure out how I'm going to power level the new jobs from 80 to 90 in like 8 hours or less. So I gotta figure out how to power level. Because right now, the methods that I'm planning on using, I think are outdated methods. They basically consist of running Boja, which is basically Shadowbringers content, which isn't even new content. That's content from like 4 years ago, which is probably not the fastest way to level up, if I had to guess. Because you're using like what was meant to level from 70 to 80, but you're going to use that content to go from 80 to 90, so I imagine it'll take longer. So there's got to be some newer way besides spamming dungeons. Or maybe combining spamming dungeons. Okay, Arcus. This is the second boss, Arcus. This is a cool looking bear. He throws a big AoE, lightning leap. Okay. Uh-oh. Wait, what? We're supposed to stand here? Oh. Shields up. Yeah, the only game that I'm interested in from the state of play that I saw last year would be Monster Hunter Wilds. And for this year, Silent Hill 2 remake. And that's probably it. Whoa, what the? He just shrunk the arena. Is this safe? Oh, I stood too close.
I am of the first brood.
Man, he's doing a lot of these.
Got you.
What are we supposed to do?
I shall carve a path forward.
Whoa, he's doing his limit break. Electric eruption. Whoa. Spinning claw.
I am of the first brood.
It's at 2%. Got him. This is a pretty cool looking boss. Arcus was a cool looking bear. He looked cool. Now we're going through some kind of crystal cave. Now I wonder how the terrain's gonna change this time. We went from Antarctica. Oh, now we're like in some underground, what looks like some kind of thing out of Final Fantasy VII. The Ether font. What do you guys think? You guys don't play any MMOs? You're not planning on playing Dawn Trail anytime soon? The only one of my regular viewers that I think is going to be playing this is probably Super Googly. Super Googly, I know, is probably going to play it. Probably in the same boat as me. Hasn't done any of the Savage content yet. basically has to play catch up. You're not playing it? Yeah, these sort of games are like a big time investment. It's like a... The thing is, like, you can play it over a long period of time, but then you're always kind of behind other players. And this is the same thing that happens with me, because I like to play the game when the expansions are new. And then I'll just kind of... I'll do all the content. Basically, it's like binging a Netflix series. I'll, like, binge the content for, like, a month or two. And then I'll like not touch the game for like a year or more. That's usually what I do with these type of games.
Make ready.
Man, this one lasted a lot longer than all the others. Okay. That was actually... Okay, that was one of the better materials. I'm tempted to try a big pull, but then I see like those two big things over there, so we're not gonna do it. I don't want to have to wipe because the AI can't keep up with me, and then or can't keep me alive if I pull all those ads, and then we have to run back. So then it just makes it take longer than if we just went and did it slow. Because I'm so late to coming back to the game. Like, my guild right now, in this game, they've already done all the content, and most of them are actually currently not even subscribed yet, or they haven't come back yet. So I want to try to stay at least somewhat on top of things, content-wise. So I can at least try to do some of the higher difficulty content before the expansion comes out. Because somebody was commenting earlier, like Eclipse came in the chat earlier and was saying, like, are you going to do Ultimate? Probably not Ultimate. That to me is like, that takes a lot of dedication to learn that fight. And you got to do it with a total of 8 people. So maybe not that, but I might try the Savage fights. I haven't done all the Savage fights in here, in this expansion. Man, these are taking a long time to clear. Alright, I'm gonna do my single target combo. Burn this one down. There we go. Last one. Okay, boss fight. Final boss. Here we go. Oh, is this the thing? This is the giant octopus thing. This is the Kraken from Final Fantasy IV. Isn't it? Yeah! Octo Mammoth! They even have the Final Fantasy IV battle music playing. See, okay, all of Endwalker's post-expansion content, all this patch level content, is basically derived from Final Fantasy IV. See, that's why I feel like this game, this MMO in particular, is unique. Because if you're somebody who grew up playing all the classic Final Fantasy games, like the numbered series, Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, well, not 11, well, 12, 13, etc. Like, this MMO draws on inspiration from, like, all of those older games. Like, this is one of the old SNES classics. Even the battle theme that's playing. Alright, here we go. Which means it's gonna have the exact same mechanics from the SNES, where you're gonna have to attack certain tentacles. I noticed there's a lot of platforms. Alright, here we go. Doing title roar. Octo stroke, what does that mean? Supposed to move? Why do they want to go back to the... Oh, whoa.
You forced my hand.
Whoa. I'm gonna stand here. I think this is the safest spot.
You forced my hand.
Okay, maybe not. What is he doing? Well, we went all the way to the corner.
You forced my hand.
I need Urianger to keep me up. Oh, he got hit with slow. Okay, I'm gonna give us a buff. I'm gonna buff the damage mitigation. Oh, wow. See, the AI knows all the answers. They know exactly where to go, where it's safe. Oh, I see. So those little glowy things explode. We need to split up.
I am of the first brood.
He's at 6%. Oh. Oh. She did that like way too late. Zero wanted to limit break and she was like, nope, too slow. Fight's over. She should have done that like when the boss was at 5%, not when he was at 2%. Thancred shows up. He just comes in at the very end. It's like, hey guys, I'm still here. I'm still here. Seems the geyser is just beyond. Wait a minute. Wait, that chess piece is better than what I have? Well, I actually got new gear from this place? Okay, the arms don't match because the arms are from a different place. Hey, this is actually good. I actually got a new chess piece. It matches my sword. It's like the same color scheme. Well, that was cool. It definitely looks more like a tank chest piece than what I had. And Sid shows up, or somebody showed up.
Much obliged for clearing the way. We'll get to work at once.
I haven't been paying attention to what they're actually doing. Oh, I get it. They're gonna harvest. They're gonna harvest the crystals, like in Beast Wars when they harvest energon crystals. They're gonna harvest the crystals for the ether, so they can make enough. They can gather enough energy to be able to open a portal to travel across the solar system, or something like that. They're gonna basically give them the ability to teleport to the moon of the 13th world.
Where were you planning on putting these to use? We could deliver them by airship, see? Provided it ain't too far.
We would need them transported to Garlemald, to the Tower of Babel.
Ah, that's a long old journey. Too long for a direct flight. Tell you what, we'll send them over with the scheduled shipment of provisions headed that way. I'll make the arrangements as soon as we get back. Save some poor chocobos having to drag this lot through the snow.
You have our thanks. We shall not forget your generosity.
Everything seems to be proceeding apace. I dare say you would have been fine without me.
Yeah, we were. We didn't actually need you, Thancred.
Why would you say such a thing?
It's true.
You are not bound by contract or the threat of force. And you gain no advantage by devaluing your own contribution. Yet you must be bound by something to speak thus. What is it?
What binds me? A belief, I suppose. Born of our shared struggles. No matter where my comrades go, I have faith they will be fine. For I know that they will walk their chosen path as surely as I walk mine. I trust them, in short. Trite though it may sound.
Trust. I remember the word. How long has it been since last I used it? It had no place in my dealings. Not with other Voidsent, and certainly not with Xenos. Not even in the time before darkness engulfed the world. Full often did Memoriats betray their own, corrupted by the very power they wielded. You could trust no one but yourself. Alone we fought, and alone we fell. I wouldn't know how to trust. Is there some trick to it?
Huh?
Just stay close to this one. You'll learn in no time. Absolutely fine.
I confess I thought thou mightst have more words of counsel to offer.
Oh, she'll soon get the hang of it, even without my help. After our work here is done, I'll see myself back to the shadows. But before that, I take it you've heard as well.
Indeed. The client seeketh Archons, and 'twould seem our extensive travels and neutrality make us prime candidates.
Well, assuming we take on the request, I suspect I'll be stuck with you again. Don't let me down,
I think they're referring to something that takes place in the expansion that's coming out next month. I don't know what they mean by the client seeketh Archons. That's foreshadowing the events of Dawn Trail is what that is. Yeah, this new armor, like, it definitely matches the weapon that I've got. There's definitely some tank-looking armor. Look at those shoulders. It makes me think of World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft, I remember how everyone was always all about the shoulder armor. If you were a tank, you wanted to have the biggest shoulder armor. It was all, like, Tauren warriors had, like, the big shoulder armor. To not only allow us use of the tanks. Tanks? Someone say tanks? Let's see, which one do I actually need? Probably, I got a lot of all of these, actually. I guess spell speed, because I don't have that many of those. Till next time. Okay, well, Thancred's out. Like fear to flame. Okay, we need to get back to that moon and go fight Golbez. What is this? Why does this guy have a quest that I can't? Oh, that's for crafters and gatherers. The game, obviously the game looks dated in terms of the visuals, but I feel like this game's graphics have held up over the years. It's definitely held, it still looks pretty decent for such an old game. And it's built on a custom engine too. Like it's a mix between. Am I even in the right place? Is this the right person to talk to? Who's the person that's supposed to? Yeah, it's hit flat. For a game that was designed for PlayStation 3, and this game's visuals have held up. You keep that in mind. When this game first came out, the 2.0, A Realm Reborn, people could run this game on a PlayStation 3. So since then, you can't play it on PS3 anymore. So they've been able to up the resource stuff, but it's look at that. That's cool. And I like how they use assets from their other Final Fantasy games. Like this car. This car is the car from Final Fantasy 15. You can do donut rolls. You can do donut rolls. What's cool is like if I had 3 other people with me, they could all ride in the car with me. You can fit 4 people in this car. I mean, if someone has the giant flying whale, they can actually fit an entire group of 8 people. Yeah, I kind of wish the upcoming expansion does up the visuals. It's the first graphics update to the game since 2015. I feel like they should have done a little bit more with the graphics, but I understand that they wanted to make the game still be very playable for most people. They didn't want to have to force a bunch of people to upgrade their GPUs. Then we need to land somewhere. But yeah, see how the geometry, like the floor and stuff, looks pretty basic? You can tell the game definitely could use, like, more tessellation samples. And this is the game, like, the game right now is being rendered at 4K resolution. This is 4K native. Like, there's no upscalers. Now, the upcoming expansion adds FSR and DLSS to the game. But up until now, well, next month, there are no upscalers for this game. No native ones, at least. But see how the rain looks? The rain could look a lot better. The water could look a lot better. The depth of field also doesn't look very strong. That's why, when you say it looks flat, it's because the depth of field's not very strong. Wait, that guy, he's got a bird on his head? Wait, is the bird talking? Usually, if it's not voiced, I'm gonna skip through most of the dialogue because these cutscenes are more like, I don't want to say filler, but they're not really. You don't really lose out on not listening to or not reading through them. It's a hint flat compared to. Oh yeah, that's the same. Yeah. Wait, the bird. Okay, no. He's talking, not the bird. The bird looks like it would be a cool minion to have, though. Wait a minute. The South Sea Isles. Remote and mysterious. This is hints of the expansion. I hail from there. It was home to a people thousands of years ago, of whom now no trace remains, save for a grand shrine. The statue was embedded with a glorious gemstone, which bestowed vitality and beauty to the island. Nowhere else did nature thrive, so long after the builders vanished, others would cross the sea to bask in its glory. However, a century ago, from the ocean deep, roiling flames burst forth, forcing the residents of Aloalo to flee. As Aloalo healed, ravenous beasts grew plentiful and the rivers became choked with fish. They breed and feast unchecked, and not even the speaker's blessing can forestall. Oh, the bird's talking? Kalika is the bird. As a speaker's servant, it fell to me to go forth and save my dear home, so I rode the waves. He rode on a coconut floating in the ocean? For real? This bird is pretty epic. Although the ocean could have swallowed me whole at any moment, I looked to the horizon without fear. I had faith that the speaker would guide me true, and I was right. What? Oh, I think, okay, what's happening in these are not voiced, but these unvoiced cutscenes are actually giving you backstory on the areas that you will traverse in the upcoming expansion. It seems like filler. You had me at Grand Shrine. If you were as accomplished as Master Matsya says, I would welcome you to Aloalo. Master Matsya must come. You see, the speaker guided me into his embrace, and that is a sign. Interesting. The South Seas. See, I like this kind of stuff. I like the world building stuff. I like to look at the world map and try to figure out, like, what's gonna happen. Okay, well, I think we figured out, we got the gist of the important info. Wait, there's some people over there in the background. What the? Zone? Are these thieves? That guy looked like a scammer. That guy, this guy's just straight up a scammer. You can tell. Why do they have books? Wait, they can summon things? They all have books. They're all casters? But I gotta go to Camp Broken Glass? Really? Why would I? Oh, okay. This is weird. Why are they showing these characters? I haven't seen these characters in like 3 years. I haven't seen her since like 2019. Like they're bringing back characters that have been around haven't been in the story for a long time. Well, Yugiri was in the end of Endwalker. But Fordola? Like the last time we saw Fordola in the story was like the end of Stormblood? Long time no see, Lawrence. Haven't seen any of these people in forever. I don't even know why we went to this. I don't even know why we're in Garlemald at all. I thought we were trying to gather a bunch of ether. Okay. I don't know what all that was about. I don't even know if it even mattered. One thing I'm curious to know. Oh, I'm only one. There's one more 4-man dungeon, and then I've done all the dungeons for this entire thing, and which means I've unlocked the level 90 dungeons. We got one more for expert. Wait a minute. Did I talk to the wrong people? Bitter Snow? Wait, this is a completely different quest. So that whole dialogue that I just kind of like didn't pay attention to had nothing to do with any of that, and that was like for a completely different quest. That was for a role quest. Okay. No wonder it seems so out of place. There's another one, Frozen Hope. Alright, well we'll do that later. I'm not gonna do that right now. Actually, I should probably grab the quest. Just to have it. It's a level 90. It gives tinctures which can be used during like ultimate fights. Frozen Hope. But I'm just gonna leave it there for now. I'll grab it later. Here we are. I was like, where are these guys? Why were we talking to people that didn't seem like they had anything to do with the story? We seek your cooperation in a matter of great import. We just need to open up the gate. It's no simple matter to activate the Tower of Babel. Okay, I just want to quickly drive this along. Come on, guys. Urianger is wearing his winter clothes now. But yeah, I feel like AM4, the Zen 3 CPUs are going to end up like the 12th gen Intel CPUs. They're not going to be discontinued for a long time. Because Intel's doing the same thing with Alder Lake. Like, Alder Lake's still around, even though they've already discontinued 13th gen. Because 14th gen is the replacement to that, or I guess kind of the successor to that. So Intel's going to sell 12th gen and 14th gen. AMD is going to sell, I guess, Ryzen 5000 and 9000. Because I think the 7000 stuff is going to slowly go away too, just like 13th gen, over the course of the next year. As they migrate over to the newer CPU. Alright, so none of this is voiced. They keep talking about the Tower of Babel. So they're gonna use the Tower of Babel to amplify the ether and open up the Void Gate so they can go back over to the 13th world and go fight Golbez. Alright, well, while this scene plays out, I'm gonna go take a break and I'll come back here in a little bit. Okay, well that didn't take long. I walked away, I came back, and the cutscene's already done. The only interesting CPU AMD could do for AM4 would be a dual X3D. Yeah, I don't know why. I have a feeling they're gonna do dual X3D for Zen 5. Because for some reason, I feel like they had good intentions with the 7950 X3D. But for some reason, I don't know why the public just didn't seem... It's clear that that's not what the public was expecting. I think the public was expecting like an all-core X3D. But the reality is the 7950X3D is the perfect CPU for an all-rounder. Because the thing is, if you're doing like video editing, if you need something that's going to run all the cores and all the threads, the CPU uses less power than a standard 7950X, and it's only like 1 to 2% worse at full load multi-thread. So I like if I had to choose between 7950X and 7950X3D for an all-rounder CPU, I would totally go 100% with 7950X3D because that's the better one. I mean, as someone who has literally used both of them, the 7950X3D is the better CPU, hands down. And that's the reason why, like when I upgrade to Zen 5, the 7950X is the one that I'm going to get rid of. The 7950X3D, I'm going to keep using that one. Even though I expect Zen 5 to beat the 7950X3D at everything, including gaming. Yeah, dual X3D. Oh, I think they're gonna do that with Zen 5. It would be cool if they did that. I do like your idea though. 5950X3D, that as the final AM4 CPU, that would be a really nice like send off for that socket. The tower is evil. Why is everybody afraid of the Tower of Babel? Nobody likes the Tower of Babel. Alright, we're gonna have to fly over there. Flying Nimbus. I like how he flies just like Goku. It's Gohan on the Flying Nimbus. Oh, I flew past it. I flew past to where I'm supposed to go. Oh, it's just 0. Julius is on his way with the others. It's funny how people who played Endwalker, but they didn't do post-game content, they'll just pop into the stream, and they'll see like 0 in a cutscene, and they'll be like, "So did Medion become good?" And my first reaction to those sort of comments is like, "Well, someone definitely needs to play through the story," with comments like that. It's like a dead giveaway that they were in the same boat that I was in like last week. So wait, the tower, I can't remember. So Tower of Babel is the Garlemald one? I thought that was the one over by Razatan. I think it is, because I remember, hold up. Oh, Tower of Babel is in Garlemald. Tower of Zot is the one in Razatan's area. Yeah, because it was Tower of Zot, Tower of Babel, Vanaspati, Catesis Hyperborea, the Altascope, or Altiascope, and the Dead Ends. The Fallen Empire. We defeated them in the Endwalker expansion. So what are we doing? We're just going? He's like, I'll join you, and then they just walk the other way? We're going this way. Wait, why am I going this way? Everyone else is going a different way. Oh, well, I'm not walking over there. There's like all kinds of weird creatures. We're flying. We're flying on the demonic lantern. Wait a minute, what the... Wait a minute, hold up. This thing's got marker. I didn't even realize I had these still. That's a hunt mark. Is this a hunt mark too? No. Wait a minute, what? I'm supposed to kill these things? I gotta find another one. I only need to kill 2 of them. Ah, there it is. They got the red thing on their head. Yeah, they give me 216,000 EXP. So that's why I do those. Because those are, I'm trying to level my warrior up to level 90. I haven't decided which tank I'm going to play at level 100 in endgame. It's either going to be warrior or gunbreaker. Right now, gunbreaker is the one that I have at level 90. But warrior is currently level 85. I need to fix the gear. Hold up. So if I use these sleeves, the sleeves don't really match. But technically those sleeves, it looks kind of goofy, but that is the best gear that I've got. That's a 650 arm piece. Alright, we're going to Tower of Babel. Where is this? What is this? Are you gonna be playing Shadow of the Erdtree? That's like the one game that's gonna stop me from playing this. That's why the goal is to get caught up on all this content before Shadow of the Erdtree. That's why I started like a whole week early. Because that Shadow of the Erdtree comes out a week before Dawn Trail's early access. And I want to be playing in early access for this. Because I need to get my Pictomancer and Viper to 90 before I even do the story. So I'm already going to spend... I already know I'm going to spend like 1.5 days just grinding old content on early access to get those jobs to 90. Then I can do the story, like the actual new expansion content. You kind of don't really like Elden Ring combat? Might just watch people play it? Oh, well, I'll be playing it. You can watch me play it. I'll probably have to get back into that game so I can reacclimate to the combat. I haven't played it in over a year. Because I'm so, like, I've trained myself to do Lords of the Fallen control scheme for that type of game. And Lords of the Fallen is different from Elden Ring in terms of the controls. So I'd have to reacclimate to the Elden Ring control scheme. And that might take some getting used to. Lies of P is the only Souls game. See, if you like Lies of P is actually harder than Elden Ring. Now, I might be in the minority saying that, but the boss fights in Lies of P are harder than a lot of the boss fights in Elden Ring. I think the gameplay of Elden Ring to get to the boss fight can be harder than the actual boss fight. Lies of P, I think it's the opposite. Lies of P, I feel like the boss fights were harder than, like, the road to the boss fight. There were only a few exceptions in Lies of P where there were these weird elite enemies. Like, I still remember the clown. The clown enemy was way harder than normal out of, like, all the enemies that I came across in that game. It was like a mini boss, essentially. You found Lies of P easier? Really? I found Lies of P harder. I mean, I played Lies of P before they nerfed some of the... Like, because remember they patched the game? I played it when it was, like, super hard at release. The hardest fights... The fights that I got stuck on were... I got stuck on the Archbishop fight for a while. I definitely got stuck on the Puppet King. And I got stuck on the Swamp Boss the most. The Swamp Boss was, like, that was terrible. I got stuck on that boss for, like, a day. It was that bad. You played it when it launched as well, at least until Romeo? Man, that Swamp Boss, though, I still... When I think of that game, I think of the Swamp Boss the most. Because that Swamp Boss was insanely hard. Because the thing about Lies of P doesn't follow the From Software difficulty design. Like, From Software, a lot of people don't realize, like, most of the boss fights in From Software's games, the first phase is actually the harder phase. The second phase is the easier phase in most of those games, with a few exceptions. Maybe, like, Millennia in, Elden Ring is one example. I think Phase 2 it technically is harder because she has like a damage over time aura. But that's like one exception. Most of the time, the first phase of From Software boss fights are harder than the second phase. Second phase is easier. Whereas I feel like Lies of P, because it's developed by a different developer, they don't adhere to that design. So like, sometimes their first phases are harder, other times their second phases are harder. But I feel like what made Lies of P harder than Elden Ring was the fact that a lot of the second phases are actually harder than the first phases. Like the Swamp Boss, the second phase is harder than the first phase. And Romeo himself was harder than the actual Puppet King. He was much harder to parry, for one thing. And he was way faster, and he was way spammy with his stupid, like, scythe combo. That if you get trapped in that, you basically lose. So, I mean, there's stuff like that. Which, Elden Ring never had those problems. Like, Elden Ring, like, if you get past Phase 1, on your first attempt, you're pretty much going to clear the entire boss fight on the first attempt. Unless you just screw up somewhere, and then you just get unlucky. Whenever you play Elden Ring, you feel the inputs aren't correct. See, I felt like Lies of P was the one that needed tweaking for at least the dodging. The dodging in that game seemed just, I don't know, like, it just seemed garbage. They forced you to play like you're playing a rhythm game, and it's all about the pairing. And then the thing is, the parry windows were so extremely strict. You didn't dodge at all? Well, they make the dodge better, but you have to level it up. See, I liked Lies of P until I played Lords of the Fallen. Lords of the Fallen came out like a month after Lies of P, and when I played Lords of the Fallen, man, Lords of the Fallen was so good. That game was such a surprisingly good game. They changed it. Well, I think the double dodge was an upgrade. There was an upgrade you could get that allowed you to dodge twice. Are they inside the building? Oh, there they are. You were kind of burnt out on those style of games when Lords of the Fallen came out. There was also another game that was a Souls-like that came out earlier that year. Well, there was actually a lot. So there was a game called Bleak Faith Forsaken, which was made by like 4 people or something. I never played that game, but that game was very janky. But it was actually a Souls-like. Then there was Wolong Fallen Dynasty. I still haven't beaten that game. I think I've played like 85% of the story of that. I still haven't beaten it. Then there was... And that was my most anticipated Souls-like game of that year. And then I played Lies of P. And then Lies of P was like way better than that game. And then I played Lords of the Fallen, which basically topped all of them as far as I'm concerned. Like, Lords of the Fallen, I had so much fun with Lords of the Fallen. Lords of the Fallen co-op was so good. Lords of the Fallen PvP was so jank, but it worked, but it was kind of lame. Because they didn't have any sense of balance. Like, if you invade, you can invade a level 2 at level, and you're like level 150, and they're level 2. Or, if you're level 3, you can get invaded by like a level 300 player. And that's like... Seriously? I was like, for real? This is how they do PvP in this game? So the PvP in that game was such a... It was just basically trash. And there was so much latency and so much lag. Yeah, that game's PvP was just jank. That was the only bad thing about it. And there was really no way to opt out unless you play offline. So if you wanted to co-op with your friend... Because the thing is, that game had such a good co-op system. Co-op in Lords of the Fallen is the best co-op I have ever seen in any of the Souls-like games. Co-op in Lords of the Fallen is better than all the Dark Souls games and Elden Ring's co-op. Like, hands down. Best co-op ever. The only game that has better co-op than Lords of the Fallen is probably Neo 2 and Wolong Fallen Dynasty and Stranger of Paradise. Those games, the Team Ninja Souls games have better co-op than like every other game in that genre that has co-op or any form of multiplayer. Because you can literally play the entire game in expedition mode. So you can literally play with like 2 of your friends or 1 friend and a rando and play the entire game online co-op from start to finish. Like, that's what made the Team Ninja games the best ones. I don't think Rise of the Ronin has co-op that's just like those other games that I just mentioned. But I don't think you can play the whole thing seamlessly in expedition mode. At least I didn't see an expedition mode. But yeah, so far this year, as far as like Souls-like games go, this year it's basically Rise of the Ronin, which is a PlayStation 5 timed exclusive, which already came out in March, or Shadow of the Erdtree. That's basically it. I mean, there's that one Chinese game called Black Myth Wukong. I don't really have super high hopes for that game. From what I've seen and what I've heard, that game... I don't think that game is going to... I don't think it's a bad game. I just don't think it's going to really move the needle for the genre in any way. Like, I feel like Lords of the Fallen they raised the bar so high up with their dual world system, like their umbral axial system, that's like the most innovative thing I've ever seen. That and the seamless co-op in that game are like the two most innovative things that I've ever seen in this space for that genre. You didn't like the dual world? Or the pairing? The pairing in that game, the window was a little bit more forgiving than Lies of P, but it was not. It wasn't as integral to the battle system, which I actually prefer. I don't like when they kind of shoehorn you into a certain playstyle. And that's the one thing I didn't like about Lies of P. Lies of P, it's like they wanted you to just do the parry mechanic for everything. And I'm thinking, okay, they want you to play the game like you're playing Sekiro. But the parry window was way too strict. So that's why that's the reason why I didn't like it that much. I like to have more choices when it comes to like how to tackle content in a game. Elden Ring has a really good parry system, actually. Elden Ring's parry system's good. Elden Ring's parry system is actually very much like Sekiro's. The only difference is you can't see the boss. You can't see your enemy's stagger meter in Elden Ring. They hide it. It's hidden. The thing that a lot of people don't realize is From Software games have always had a stagger meter for every enemy in the game. That if you parry them or you like break their guard enough times, they get staggered. The only difference was Sekiro was the only game that exposed the gauge, the meter, so you could see your progress on how close you are to staggering your enemy. All the other From Software games have always had that meter. They just don't visually show it to you. It's invisible. Sekiro is probably one of my favorite games. One of these days I gotta make like a top 10 list of my personal favorite games of all time. I don't know if I can consider it though. Sekiro might be in the top 10. Lies of P is definitely for me not gonna be in the top 10. Not even close. Sekiro might though. Sekiro was so good, man. But I don't know, it depends on the sort of combat you like. Sekiro's combat system is like probably the most perfect combat system I've ever encountered. The only other one that I can think of that is similar would be like the Ninja Gaiden games from Team Ninja. Nioh is very good too, though. Nioh is real good. In fact, I don't know which one I like more. Sekiro's combat is like perfection, but Nioh 2 actually is more fun. Lies of P. If you like Lies of P, you should play Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade is actually very, very similar to Lies of P in the combat system. Stellar Blade is also more forgiving than Lies of P. And it actually has difficulty levels. But yeah. Oh, I forgot about Stellar Blade. Speaking of like Souls-likes, Stellar Blade isn't... Man, people are probably just gonna like lump Stellar Blade into the Souls-like genre, but I don't even think that the developer of Stellar Blade was even trying to make that game a Souls-like. They were going for more like a Nier Automata style. But Stellar Blade, man, that game's good. That game is like one of the better games that I've played all year. Stellar Blade's good. I forgot about that game. Yeah, that game. Once it's on PC. Yeah, it's probably going to come out next year on PC, if I had to guess. I expect Rise of the Ronin to also come out on PC. In fact, Rise of the Ronin is a game that you might actually like, because it's also kind of like that style of game. Rise of the Ronin is very big on parry mechanic, too. Just like Stellar Blade.
Indebted to you. I never asked for your help.
You love Garlemald dearly, Lord Metius. That much is plain. But you're not alone in that. We all mourn what has become of our homeland. Bristle at having to rely upon outsiders simply to survive the cold. Even now, I struggle with fear and uncertainty. Day after day, I ask myself, what is right? Where do we go from here?
Then you'll definitely like Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade's like that.
Answers.
Rise of the Ronin's also like that. Both of those games.
I won't stop looking nonetheless. And I won't avert my gaze from our grim reality.
I just feel like the parry style combat is so overdone now. There's too many games that that rely too heavily on that.
Aye, so long as we live. Garlemald lies in ruins, but the bonds between us will never be broken. We are the chain that connects generations past and future. You and I, it's links. Help us, Lord Metius, for all we have been and for what we may yet become. Please.
Final Fantasy 16 also has the parry mechanic. That's a game I can't wait to play on PC.
To be lectured by the younger, it ill becomes a man of my station. I will rejoin the talks at Tertium. Might I trouble you to escort me? Ere we part, I apologize for my discourtesy. I owe you my life, and I thank you.
I like how Urianger is just standing there in the back.
Euless, wait. I'd like a word.
He's like, whatever.
With you as well. I'm to stay close, after all.
She's like, do you got more of that bread?
Worry not, we shall see the magistrate safely back to Tertium.
Tertium. It's not Tertium, it's Tertium.
What is it?
You bound that man with trust, didn't you? That's why he did not require coercion to return.
Huh? What? What? Huh? Zero is so confused.
Shall we walk, perhaps? Chilly, standing around here. So that's how Zero came to join you. Still, I'm not sure I'm qualified to explain something like trust. I wouldn't describe myself as a sociable person. Before all this, any free time I had, I spent looking after my brother and sister. As for the magistrate, I only told him what's been on my mind of late. But I wouldn't have done so, I think, if it weren't for the twins' influence.
Yeah, he's hanging around those two way too much. They've been such a bad influence on him.
Trust is infectious, in a manner of speaking. When someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them, in others, in yourself. Perhaps it's because the magistrate felt that earnestness that he gave us a chance. As I did, after I was caught trying to steal provisions from the enemy. Trust comes easy in such company.
Little wonder my world is devoid of it. No one trusts in you, and so you trust in no one. And round the wheel turns. During the Contra Memoria, we had already come to judge one another based on strength and usefulness. You either used or were used. Those who rejected this rule didn't survive.
Well, I got disconnected. I got disconnected from the world. I think my internet probably like bleeped or something. So we gotta get back in. So I guess the people watching on the stream, you guys probably saw like nothing there. Stream stopped for a second. Yeah. But I gotta redo some of this stuff. Yeah, I disconnected. That's lame. They did. Wait. These guys are doing a fate? What the? Hold up. They're doing a fate. Alright, let me help them out. These guys are doing a fate. Got him. I got some of that. I didn't get a lot, but I got some. Because I joined too late. Okay. Alright, so I guess we'll go with melon juice. Or Garlian pizza. Garlian pizza, that's good. Let's get some of that. Some Garlian pizza. Okay, let's try to. That's all cool that the Garleans are on track. Lunar rendezvous. Hold on, I gotta check my progress here and see how far. How far am I? How close am I to completing this patch content? 6.4. So the first quest was currying flavor. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's only done 5 quests. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's 9 quests total. And we've done 5 of them. So there's 4 more.
Let us take a moment to review matters as they stand. Having procured sufficient stores of ether, we may now channel the requisite energy unto the moon via the Tower of Babel. Our work on the star is complete. However, we have yet to receive word from Ishtola as to the state of the lunar preparations.
A ritual to open the gate, and measures to forestall a void-sent invasion. Neither task is simple nor quickly completed. She would doubtless benefit from our assistance.
The very thing I was about to propose. Let us join her above and lend what aid we may.
Okay.
Ere we set forth, however, Ishtola did bid me relay a message to thee. As thou art well aware, a key objective of our mission is the extraction of thy sister Ashdaya from the Void. Held captive for millennia and divested of an eye, she is like to be severely weakened. To make good her escape, she shall require aid. Aid that is best provided by a fellow Great Worm.
You would have me go in my true form? Very well. Like our sire, we Great Worms are capable of traversing the great expanse. The journey will take some time, but I shall take myself to the moon. To begin with, I shall return this vessel to Radzat-Han, that I may have both my eyes. And until such time as we find Ashdaya, I would entrust her eye to your keeping. Will you do this for me?
Okay. I'll hold on to your sister's eyeball.
We shall contact you via Link Pearl once all is in place on the moon.
Are these two even gonna do anything?
Follow Ishtola's instructions.
Understood.
Oh, they're gonna be on the ground. Okay. I got it. Okay, we're going back. We're going back to the moon. Moon mission.
Take care, Zero.
It will be the briefest of homecomings. I'll be back before you know it.
Huh? Man, she's basically like a female Dante from Devil May Cry. Because she's like half human, half void sent, apparently. Which is kind of like how Dante and Virgil are like half human, half devil. She's basically a female Dante. Alright, so... we gotta go to the moon. Wait, are we going to the moon? Yeah, we're going to Sea of Stars. Mare Lamentorum. Wait, the Nethergate can take us to the moon? For real? Oh, I didn't even realize there was one up here. That's right, because you go from... I think the moon... Hold on, you go to the moon before you go to this place, right? The moon's like the 3rd zone. Oh, I was wrong. The moon is the 4th zone. Labyrinthos, Thavnir, Garlemald, and Mare Lamentorum. Then Elpis, then Ultima Thule. You have to go to the Nether Gate. Is that on this side? No, it's over here. Is it in here? How do I get in there? You talk to this random person and they take you to the Nether Gate? Oh. Beam me up, Scotty. Here we go. Mare Lamentor. Now we're on the moon. Cool. We're just out here on the moon, just hanging out. No spacesuit required. I like it. Let me fly my magical Firebird. Oh, wait. Who's this? I like how we're just standing around on the moon. Cosmic radiation, who cares? It's cool.
I took the liberty of informing Ishtola of our arrival. She and her entourage should be here momentarily.
Okay. Cool beans. They just... I like how they were just walking around on the moon like this.
Forgive me. I'd hoped to have everything in order sooner. My thanks for the extra hands.
Alphino and Alice stand ready at the Tower of Babel. Vritra is also en route.
Excellent. You've done well, all of you. For my part, I've managed to prepare the ritual with help from the Watcher. All that remains is to channel the ether from below. This should, I pray, open a gate leading to the moon of the 13th.
May I just say how excited we are to be a part of this grand undertaking. The development of the artificial Atomos was one thing, but this is an opportunity like no other. Ishtola even managed to get a loan of elegant treatises on void sense summoning from the prized collection of the Sons of Saint Koinak. The Empire's application of etherochemistry in regulating void gates provided us with many a useful insight for our work, let me tell you.
Let me tell you.
I asked a favor of Grahatir when we were comparing notes on cross-rift travel. Given his credentials, I was confident he wouldn't be denied.
Okay. That's cool.
The knowledge of our forebears has brought us far, as has our own. And with our knowledge and resources, we shall construct a void-sent containment seal on a heretofore unseen scale.
Are we gonna be able to use this to get back?
Containment seal? Then thou wouldst make use...
Yeah, the thing that stopped, the thing that held Zodiark, yeah.
A tried and tested means of holding dark entities at bay is readily available here.
That's why we're on the moon.
To employ it.
Because Zodiark's jail was here.
Reforge the brands that Xenos and Fandaniel destroyed.
We're gonna reforge them,
That
all
which
of
held
them.
even Zodiark shall more than suffice for void scent of any persuasion.
Wait, we're gonna reforge those things?
The Watcher is already hard at work, tending to the most critical parts of the brand's restoration.
I like how I always get informed about what we're gonna do, like right before it's supposed to be time. It's mission time.
With your help, I'm sure we can resolve them.
Yeah, sure. No warning. Let's go. All right.
Time is of the essence, so I suggest we continue.
Time is of the essence.
As we make our way to the brands.
I like how they come up with these plans and like I don't find out about it until it's like it's go time, guys. Let's go. Okay, we're gonna reforge the things that were used to hold Zodiark. You know what? I haven't been in here in so long. Is the dude in here? Hey, the Watcher. He's got nothing to say. This is basically like Saruman's tower in Lord of the Rings. Ooh, somebody has the Eden mount. Oh man, that is a cool mount. The Eden mount from Final Fantasy VIII. That's cool. Alright, let's go. We need to find... We're gonna have to reforge those purple things. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 of them. Now then, to the matter at hand. With the Watcher's assistance, we shall reforge each of Zodiark's brands and use them to erect a barrier capable of repelling void scent. Okay. Alright, let's do it. Wait, we're going all the way to Living Way? Someone's doing the Endwalker story. Argos is outside. Alright, we're inside now. Is Living Way up here or down there? Oh, he's up here. Another character I haven't seen since like 2021. Man, this place is huge. Ever grateful am I for the Loporit's irrepressible compulsion to help. Despite their bestial appearance, these creatures are highly intelligent, and much like you and yours, they take pleasure in helping others. Well, they just, I mean, they live on the moon.
awfully sorry to have kept you all waiting. Hello there, friends. A new person. Heard there was a bit of a rush, so we gathered what
And new
supporters
person.
we had available.
A welcome contribution. Thine initiative never ceaseth to amaze.
Oh, stop! You're making me blush. Though we have fulfilled the purpose given to us by Heidelin, aiding the people of Aetheris remains our greatest joy. So you can count on us, ever and always.
Aetheris is the people
So,
of the 13th?
we originally deployed these supporters to patrol the moon and keep it safe. They've never tussled with Voidsent before, but with sufficient data, they ought to hold their own against the ghastly fiends. Practical, tactical data acquired in the moment, and who better to give the supporters an educational thrashing than the champion of Aetheris?
I believe I would make a better instructor.
I don't think that'll be necessary.
Not only have I fought Voidsent, I am one.
This is completely unnecessary. Again, Zero doesn't know how to read the atmosphere. Well, the robots are like, we're not doing this.
Well, don't just stand there. Engage! 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 Engage!
That'll do, that'll do! A defeat's bitterer than the bitterest carrot. Using this experience, we must enhance the supporters and turn them into Voidsent slaughterbots! Indeed. Right after we've managed to put the poor dears back together.
Pray forgive our comrade's enthusiasm. May I inquire as to how long the repairs will take?
On an ordinary day, I'd say no less than 5 carrots briskly consumed. But if you were to provide us with encouragement... we just might be able to do it in 2.
Huh? What? What?
This I leave to you.
Someone's got to clean that up. We're gonna have to rally them. Come on, get him up, get him up. This guy's asleep on the job. Oh yeah, this game also right now, there's a Fall Guys collaboration event going on. Maybe I should have shown some of that on stream. I mean, I could do that, but Fall Guys. I already did all that, most of what actually mattered there. The Fall Guys collab event was actually pretty good though, I will admit. Look, the Fall Guys, this game with the Fall Guys style is actually really fun. Alright, so that was what? Quest number 6? So 7, 8, 9, there's like 3 more.
Can you hear me? We've just finished restoring the brands.
Well, that was quick. They fixed all 6 of them?
Let us reconvene once you've finished tending to matters there. The culmination of our efforts is nigh.
They fixed all 6 of those that fast while we just wasted time with a bunch of robots and rabbits? The red side of the moon. Not the dark side of the moon, the red side of the moon. I actually have a lot of side quests here that I could use for leveling up alternate jobs. In fact, there's one of them. What? A way to make a living? What is that? What is this? I could grab this as a warrior. Dreaming Way would show you how he spends his day. Wait, that quest has like a thing? What? I think when Endwalker came out, I don't think anybody expected the moon. Or at least, I mean, let alone this place, to be in the game. So that means that there's probably going to be some interesting surprises. It's like, I have a feeling Dawntrail, that Solution 9 place, is probably going to be one of the major cities. If not like the hub city where everybody, all the high levels hang out. Oh, we gotta fly all the way out here. Where is he? Is he underneath? Is he like in a cave? Oh, he's way down in here. What does he want me to do? Obtain gray sand? Pile of gray sand. Oh, this is just a quest that gives me like an armor piece or something. Like, why am I? Oh well, I'm just gonna do the quest. We're almost done. I hope. Somebody's fishing on the moon. Wait, there's two people fishing on the moon. Check this out. This dude's fishing on the moon. That's cool. She's fishing on the moon also. I'll turn this in. I think my inventory, I'll probably have to clear some of this stuff out. I'm running out of space. I got like 13 side quests that I can do here. One way or another. Oh, is this one of those like chain quests that does like a whole I guess I'll have to finish that later. I want to get this main storyline 6.4 done. We're just gonna skip that, I guess. I'll do that some other time. I like how all the quest names in this game are like, they're based off of like Pulp Fiction. What's the terminology? Over the Rainbow Crystal, Getting to Know You, A Strange New Moon, All Fun and Games, Lone Loporit, Overexcited Admire, All Dangerous Work, A Test of Metal, Clothes Maketh the Man, Material Woes, Troubled Waters, Unfortunate Fortune Telling. Alright, let's do this. Let's summon this dude. Or let's open this void gate.
Apologies for the wait. The preparations here are finally complete.
Excellent. The Tower 2 is activated. Give the word and we will begin channeling the ether.
Very well then. Make it so.
The moment of truth.
Oh, that's the Tower of Babel.
by the sisters.
Why did they need to... What? Why did we have to repair those swords?
Oriange, commence your invocations. 'Tis time to open our gate.
I'm still not sure why they had to repair those swords.
A tear is beginning to form. Quickly, activate the brands.
I forgot to switch back to Gunbreaker. I'm still at like level 85 warrior. Oh, we gotta activate those. We gotta activate the swords that were repaired. Oh, okay. They're gonna use them as a containment to contain the void gate that they opened.
Success. The gate is open, and the seal appears to be in place.
Let's see how well it holds.
That's a big void gate.
What an enormous gate! Lord Golbez will be eager to hear of this.
The source.
So this is the promised land. The land of boundless ether.
Wait, if he can't get through the barrier, how are we supposed to get through the
I
barrier?
dare say the seal doth serve its purpose.
How exactly are we supposed to get through that? If they can't come through, how come we can't come through? Oh, he's gonna take us? Is he gonna... can we ride on him?
I see all proceedeth apace. Remarkable.
He just straight up flew through space like that?
Indeed. Just this moment, a void scent emerged from the gate, by which we may safely assume it leads
Man, the
to
dragons can
13th.
fly in outer space. That's cool.
It's incredible, Ishtola.
He flew all the way here from the planet.
Oh, what an honor it is to have been part of this historic achievement.
A part is an understatement. None of this would have been possible without you and yours. Our success has also served to solidify our understanding of cross-rift travel. The Ascians rejoined reflections to the source by instigating elemental imbalances. These imbalances weakened the barrier between realities, causing the ether of a reflection to flood the source. But why is it that reflections are predisposed to rejoin the source? Why have they never merged with one another?
Thou art suggesting there is a unique property inherent to the source, one responsible for such an outcome.
I am. 'Tis my conclusion that, as the point of origin for the reflections, the source has an innate pull over them. Hydaelyn, I believe, sought to suppress that pull, which is why she was created with the power of light, of stasis. Meanwhile, the power of darkness, of activity, reigns in the void. Hydaelyn's influence would naturally be weaker, and this manifested in the form of planar fissures. Working with this hypothesis, I set my sights upon where the pull was assessed to be strongest, and through our combined efforts, we succeeded in opening a gate to the void. Now, I must stress, it was because we sought the void that we succeeded. Pleased though I am to have my theory proven, the secrets of travel to other reflections still elude us. Even so, in the reality that lies beyond the 8th umbral calamity, there are those who found a way to reach the first. I will not rest until I do the same.
One step closer to fulfilling your dream, eh?
Just a step. Many more remain to be taken.
So she wants to be able to
Which
freely
further
travel to the
motivates
different
me to
reflections.
forestall a void-sent invasion. So come, let us set forth to find Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's plot.
Climb upon my back. I shall take us to the gate.
As we did discuss prior, I shall see the alchemists safely home, then together with the Loporrits maintain vigil over the gate.
May the sisters watch over and keep you safe.
So basically, okay. So Urianger's not going with them. Yeah, because Vitra's taking them over there. He's flying us over there. So we're going. We've got like 4 people, right? Him. We got
Into the void once more.
Estinian. Wait, how is he gonna get through the barrier though? I'm curious to see what he's gonna do to get through the barrier. Wait, is this a one-way thing? Like, how come he's able to go through? He just flew right through. How come the Void Sense couldn't come back up? How are we supposed to come back up? They weren't able to come through. What? Are they able to open the door? They're just able to, like, open the Void Gate or something? Or close it? Or not close it, the barrier. They can close and open the barrier. How did they know that this is going to take them to the 13th? This took them to the moon of the 13th. How did they know that the Void Gate would take them here? There must have been some explanation.
This is the moon of the 13th.
Yeah, this is it. It's a red moon. Hence the red side of the moon. The name of the quest. Ooh, it's like a reflection. It's literally a mirror.
Ever since the flood, it has been a sanguinary orb in the sky.
Sanguinary orb in the sky.
No void scent. A rather more subdued reception than I had anticipated.
But unsurprising, given how jealously Golbez conceals the location of his domain. Still, we must remain on guard. One of his minions came through the gate, after all, and more may lie in wait.
I do not sense my sister. Where could she be? Where?
Steady, Vritra. We've barely arrived. Let us explore our surrounds before drawing conclusions.
Yes, thou art right. I shall survey the moon from above. The ground I leave to you all.
There's the 13th world. The moon of this place looks almost just like the other one, except it's red and it doesn't have the things. But it has the same giant hole though. My lance will be ready should any more of Golbez's pawns appear. This is like Mars. No sign of a watcher or any loporits. Perhaps they were swallowed up in the flood of darkness, or perhaps they never existed here. Where's Zero at? I don't know where she went. Oh well. There she is. Oh wait, what? There's platforms down there? Wait a minute. That looks like the place where Golbez... Oh.
The chasm has caught your attention as well. There's some manner of structure below. Worth a look, wouldn't you say?
I guess.
I too sense something here.
Yeah, there's definitely something down there. There's somebody down there.
This pit much resembles the cradle of darkness on our moon, where Zodiac was once imprisoned. If this place serves the same function, then a fragment of his power must have been sealed in the depths. Strange, though. When Zodiac perished in the Source, I presumed that every aspect of him was thus unmade, and his power scattered. But it's unmistakable. The darkness that permeates this abyss. could a trace of him yet remain? Or is it something else?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, don't go down there. He's going down there.
I hear thee, sister. I hear thee.
It's a trap.
Climb on, my friends. Hastaya is here, within this chasm.
You were entrusted with Ajdaya's eye, were you not?
Yeah, I still got it. Got it in my pocket. Whoa. Golbez, is that powerful?
Golbez's domain.
Golbez's domain. She's like, you hang out with mortals? He's like, yeah, they're my friends. you hang out with mortals.
For war, Meradarn, Ian Les el kol an, zdis sorn rum, snar tiamat an, kai ros an, ke ul ke darn morn, dis an, kai an, na stra an.
They're literally right there at Golbez's throne.
an hai hes in an.
Ta hes an elgon osk in. Ses kidir in an kasta an. Sta in es katao tai an. Es an stra in sorn.
What now, then? Does this great worm intend to remain a captive meal for all eternity, not daring to test her chains?
Ern el in mis head in ud. Kis tar gol as rail dis tar sma osk in sis an.
Now there's a start. So, what can you tell us?
Asis tar no gol in. Do es inesh igol sorn ka som mo mo. Skom les sam an som du ortas sis.
Well, you heard her. Shall we look into this spot near and dear to our enemy's heart?
Okay. Abyssal Dark. We have to go to the south. There's something there. What the? Oh, that's the dragon feature. Okay. I cannot discern a structure of any kind from above. Whatever this place or object might be, Gulbis has hidden it well. It's not that hard, I'll find it. Just gotta look over here somewhere. It's gotta be over here. Hey, what's this? There's some point of interest over here. A glint from beneath the rock catches your eye. Found something. Check it out, people. I found it. I found it.
A memoria. But whose?
How is it that the Warrior of Light still has the echo, even though Hydaelyn's gone? That is weird.
You have lied, pillaged, and murdered. Have you anything to say in your defense?
No. Every one of them got what they deserved. Trusting fools. Like
You would-be heroes. Aye. You do well to keep a close eye on each other. It always ends the same way. A knife in the back. And better to have the handle towards your hand. You'll see! Oh, yes. You will.
In death, may your soul find salvation.
I can't bring myself to pray for the unrepentant. You're a nobler man than I.
Come now, we are all shaped by these dark times more than we would care to admit. I chose to believe that, had these men known peace and plenty, they would have not been consumed by mistrust and avarice.
Victims of the Contra Memoria, then. Like so many others. But we will end it.
Thank you. I shudder to imagine what might have happened if you hadn't dealt with the Dark Ones.
Who is that?
Oh, her? She's like you, I hear. Hunts Memoriates taken by darkness.
Well, well. A kindred spirit. Perhaps we will finally have a new comrade.
No. I've no interest in working with others. Much less someone who looks as suspicious as you.
Is that so?
If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Even when we share the same goal, we can't overcome the mistrust. Such is the way of things, the wisdom of our era.
Only a precious few Memorites remain who cling to the light. Would that we could have won her over.
We'll make do, old friend. We have accomplished much already, and another person may well have been more of a hindrance than help. Now then, our work here is finished. His Majesty has summoned us, so let us not delay. To Baron.
To Baron. To Baron. Oh. Baron? King Baron? Man, this is Final Fantasy IV.
Vision of the past, did you?
What? This is Final Fantasy IV.
What? I was in it.
Yeah, you were there.
It's them. The pair I met in that village. Which means the one sealed in this Memoria is...
Uh-oh.
So, you have come. You, who would oppose our crusade.
Tranquilo.
Huh?
You. I know you.
Is that so? From the world before, I dare say. 'Tis impressive enough that you have managed to retain your mortal form, but to remember your past besides. But that is of no moment. You are the Memoriat who vanquished my minions, correct?
And what if I am?
Then I would bid you join
Man, he's big.
me. As a child of our world and slave to the wheel, fight with me for the salvation of all our souls.
Fight with you? More like fight as your pawn. It isn't me you want, but my power. And if I don't obey, you'll bind me like you bound that dragon. But no more. I refuse to be bound ever again. I fight only for myself, and for those in whom I trust. My friends.
I see. A pity. It is for the dragon that you have come, yes? When first you appeared, I thought simply to remove a threat to our plan. Never did I imagine that you would reach this place and gift me a golden opportunity.
This is so Dragon Ball Z.
Long as it has been imprisoned, this dragon has grown feeble and weak, its spirit extinguished. Your coming has served to rekindle her forgotten hope. Her yearning to be free, to return home. That is the key to our deliverance.
The darkness is ravaging her. She's becoming a void scent.
So he wasn't kidding.
Rise, O Shadow Dragon, and obey.
He what?
Kill him.
Oh, whoa, watch out.
Damn you!
Keep our guests occupied.
Wait, what?
Save her. I beg thee. Save my sister.
Man, he is tall.
Before darkness swallowed the world, I fought tirelessly in a war without end. The experience taught me to discern the strong, that dragon, and you.
Oh man, this is it.
Face me.
I'll deal with you, and then I'll free Azdaha. This is it. He's what? Golbez is so tall. I didn't think Golbez was gonna be a giant. He's like, here we go.
You, who have ever basked in its warmth, could never understand our envy, our agony. You will not deny us our release.
This is it. The Void Cast dies. Alright, this is it, guys. Man, Golbez is this. What? Golbez is that tall? I knew he was gonna be tall. I didn't think he was gonna be like more than like 6'5" or whatever. Man, this dude is like. What is this? This guy's like a 1, 2. This says like a 3-story building. We're like way up here too. Hold up. What is this quest called again? The red side of the moon. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is quest number 7. So quest number 7 ends after Golbez. So then that means 8 and 9 are like post-story stuff, I guess. It's so weird. He's such a tall character. I didn't think he was gonna be that big. Man, it's another one of these giant. Well, it stays true to what's funny. What's funny about this is in Final Fantasy IV, the boss fight against Golbez. I mean, it was kind of like this. Like your character is this tiny little sprite, and the dude was like this giant thing of artwork. So this gear, 625, this is already better than like the weapon without the augment. That makes me wonder. The final dungeon. Wait, Voidcast is requiring what's the item level for this? 615. Man, we are cutting it close. So this one was 605. That one was 590. So that's 10. Wait a minute, 605. So that is 15 levels above. So that means, okay, add 15 to this, you get 630. Huh. Oh no, 625. Okay, so we're good. 620. So the final dungeon is gonna be like 620 is the requirement. Golbez is 615. 620 is the last dungeon. Okay, so that means I don't have to worry about gear. I'm good. Now, if I want to do EX, that's gonna be a different story. Because that one, like Mount Ordeals is 610, this is 615. So, and there's one more too. I just realized that. So the last, hold up. So what's the last one gonna be? This is 615. 95. That's what is that, like a 20? Add 20 to that? Add 10. The next one might be like 630. Okay, so I might literally be at the minimum. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see, like, if I don't have, if I have to up my gear level more. Now we wait. Now the long wait to get 700 players to help do this. Less than 5 minutes. It's now been 5 minutes. Man, this is gonna be a while. No one's queuing for it. And I can't play it as any other job. I don't have gear to queue as a healer. I bet healer probably gets a faster queue time. But this is gonna be a while. Man. Let's go back to the moon. The Voidcast. There's a really large open area that you can't summon your mount. Wait, what? I just got a materia from that? Which one did I get? Savage Aim materia. Number 9. Oh, I need to go to the retainer actually. We need to go back to Razatan. I don't know how long it's gonna be to get a group for this, but we're gonna be waiting around here for a while. Because we can go inside the thing over there. Let's go hang out with the Watcher. It says average, been waiting like over 10 minutes. Still waiting. I don't know if this is gonna happen. Maybe not tonight. So it seems like each story patch is like 4 to 5 hours worth of content. Maybe a little bit more. I mean, I was going through this. I didn't skip. I mean, I think I skipped like probably 1 or 2 cutscenes total that were not voiced. So, yeah, about 5 hours of content for each one of these story patches. So if you consider that, there's what, 5.5? Yeah, the post game just a story is like probably like 15 hours of just story scenes. That doesn't even count the time spent on the fights. So, and there's dungeons too. So yeah, it's about 20 to 40 hours of content just related to story, including the trials and the EX trials. There's that one DPS that keeps queuing up for this, hoping that there'll be a group. Oh, we got a group. That was pretty quick. That was random. Just kind of showed up. All right, let's go, boys. The Voidcast Dais. This is it. This is the primary fight of this patch. The final boss fight. Oh, and the dragon's gonna help him. Man, he's got a cool sword. That looks like a really cool Dark Knight sword. Knight in Black, Golbez. Alright, let's go.
Expect no mercy. To destroy you, I shall bring my all to bear.
You're gonna need it, pal.
Come, warriors from beyond the rift.
Alright, this is it. Alright, team. Let's go.
Crusade, then come. But know that none shall deny us salvation. This place shall be your tomb. I will free us from the weak.
Crescent Blade. Watch out. Hey, that's a Hades style mechanic right there.
I will suffer no obstacle.
Crescent Blade. That's a forward attack, yeah. The direction he's facing, okay. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Tank busters, get away from me.
Lightning surge.
Uh-oh. Crescent Blade. Binding Cold. Careful, you can fall off.
Such is your power.
Icy Death? What is that guy's name? Is Icy? Oh no, what? That's his title. Azdaha's Shadow.
With abyssal dark and
Oh man, here we go. Whoa, it turned into... It's like the evil Dark Dragon Blade.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Crush them.
Shadow Crescent. Get out of the way. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Bathe them in black flame.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, you stand there, I stand here.
My meteors will extinguish your light.
Uh-oh, we got a healer down.
A raging gale to rend you asunder.
Where do I go? Oh man. Wait, well we got some dead people. We need help.
Look to the heavens for your doom.
Whoa, that came out so fast.
Come forth, my servant of shadow. Let lightning surge.
I'm over here.
A raging gale.
Gale
to
spear.
rend you asunder.
Oh, I don't know where to go. I really don't know where to go when this happens. Okay, well, no, okay.
Be gone.
Whoa, dude. Wait, did the person die all with himself with that AoE stack marker? I guess that's what happened.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom. Wear my rime-kissed blades. This place shall be your tomb.
Whoa.
Crush them.
Oh boy. Everybody split up.
Render unto me your all. My meteors will extinguish your light.
Uh-oh. What? How did I die from that? What?
Come forth.
I blocked that. I used... What? I didn't even have a vulnerability stack. How did I die from that? That's weird.
Lightning surge.
Okay. Oh, I think I may have had like a magic vulnerability from doing one of those things.
A raging gale to rend you asunder.
Maybe I was supposed to get away from the group. Wait. Okay. Did we go here? Oh no.
Be gone.
Oh boy. Oh, again this?
for your doom.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Where my Rhine-kissed blades. This place shall be your tomb.
Terra Storm. Okay, he does that. He does the meteor thing, and then he does Shadow Crescent. So you gotta like get behind him.
Render unto me your all. My meteors will extinguish your light.
We got him. Ooh, that last hit hurts. That's what killed me last time. I blocked it this time.
My power. Even my blade. So, this is the limit of my defiance.
Oh, so he was in some kind of transform state. So, Golbez ain't so big after all. Interesting. So he was in a transform state when he fought us. So now he's lost over a third of his power, guys. In this form, he's no match for me.
Are you all right?
What's happening?
At last, the moment is at hand. You may have bested me, but not quickly enough. Too late will you look to the chasm. You've won the battle, but I win the war.
Stop this. I beg of thee, let her go.
Darkness made manifest once abided in the depths of this abyss, until one day it dispersed in a haze of ether. In the absence of the great flow, that ether has nowhere to return. And so it has coalesced, giving rise to a mighty void scent. Now feast. Feast upon this dragon and its ardent longing for home with it.
I like how they like run to what? Like they're not gonna be able to stop that.
From the convergence of ancient and newborn, an entity without equal shall emerge. One who shall tear down the barrier between worlds. Upon you, who shall deliver us from eternal damnation, I bestow the name of a hero of Eld. Zeromus, awaken!
What? Zeromus. Oh man, the ultimate.
No matter how powerful, a void scent can be sealed in Memoria.
What? Oh man.
Damn it. It's too strong.
Our warding scales may not hold. Not against a void scent born of Zodiark's ether.
We must retreat. Everyone to me.
Oh man. Wait, so they had to retreat? I got so much direct hit. Oh wait, is this critical? Determination? That's the one I get the least of. Just get more critical. Okay. There's like 2 more quests. The Dark Throne. This is it. This is the final quest. The Dark Throne. Wait a minute. Really? Oh, Abyssal Dark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is it. The Dark Throne. The name of the quest is the name of the patch. This is it. The final quest of the stream. And it's not even voiced. Wow. A newborn void scent, and one with such prodigious strength. Zeromus is unlike anything we have faced, so named for an ancient hero, as Golbez said, though none can say if there is even a sliver of hope. Oh my god. Wow. So, we're gonna have to fight something that's like potentially even more powerful than Zodiark. See why I say this game's story gives off Dragon Ball Z vibes? Because now they're gonna go and like train and become more powerful, and the Warrior of Lights can become way more powerful with plot armor, capable of defeating Zeromus. And it's all gonna happen in the next patch. Alright, so I gotta go tell Riange that what happened. And then everyone else is just gonna go back to Razathan. Okay. Well, that was unexpected. So Golbez couldn't win, so he basically just kind of like cheated. All the villains in this game, this game does a good job of trying to, like, making it very clear the motives behind why the villains are doing what they do. Like, Golbez seems to be an okay villain for this story arc. He's not as good as Emmett Selk as a villain, but you can understand his motive. Thou art returned. He's still wearing the... That's the Astrologian's armor from Shadowbringers. It's like a custom variant of it. Well, they all look depressed.
Do you remember Ciriato and Farfarello? The cowardly pair of Voidsent that dwelled in my domain?
Yeah.
Ciriato devoured Farfarello, and in so doing he inherited an all-consuming fear of Barbariccia. For as you know, when a Voidsent is devoured, it doesn't simply cease to be. Its soul persists within the devourer. And when a Voidsent dies, all the souls that harbored may break free to become individual entities once more. That is to say, by defeating Zeromus, we may yet save Ashdaya. And to make certain that we do, we must remind her of who she is. When the time comes, you must call to her. Call with all your being.
Thy words give me heart, Zero. Thou hast my gratitude.
Then it's settled. Our objective is to defeat Zeromus. While it is unsettling that a Voidsent could be born of Zodiac's ether, its very nature may render it susceptible to the brands that once contained him. Did Urianger have aught to say?
He probably had some stuff to say. I wasn't paying
see.
attention.
If the seal may not hold for long, then haste is paramount.
Couldn't we just let it come to the source and strike it down here?
Doing so would consign Ajdaya's soul to the ethereal sea. Any attempt to ensure her survival demands that we deal with Zeromus in the 13th.
I could barely go near it. Never mind land a blow. So thick was the shroud of darkness. How do you propose we fight such a foe?
Simple. Against impenetrable darkness, we must wield resplendent light.
I knew it. Yeah, you have to use light.
Happens, there is a world replete with light.
The first. We have to go to the first.
The question of how we will harness that light, you may leave to me. With our recent discoveries and proven techniques, as well as the aid of comrades near and far, I have faith that we will find a way. But only if I begin my work at once. Rest up while you can, for there will be much to do when I return.
It wouldn't do to be idle while our esteemed sorceress labors tirelessly. I shall be training if you have need of me.
Wait. Allow me to join you. I must become stronger for what lies ahead.
See, I told you. I told you they're gonna be the Dragon Ball Z thing. They're gonna go train and gain plot armor.
Come on then.
I knew this was gonna happen. Playing through the story blind, and I knew they're gonna do a Dragon Ball Z thing. Go off and train in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber.
Using my vessel, I shall attend what preparations I may.
Everyone's gonna go and train. Everyone's gonna go train and level up, and then come back way more powerful. Because they couldn't even land a hit on Zerom. It's not even a single scratch. Alright, so that is the end of the Dark Throne. Meanwhile, on the moon of the 13th,
Zeromus is risen, but not yet at full strength. It will take time before the fiend is able to breach the veil. But what is another moment on this long journey I have endured? It remains as fresh as if it were yesterday. Old friend, the memory of your passing and the pain. As I promised you then, I promise you now. They shall sing of Golbez, the hero who shattered the wheel and brought salvation to the world.
So wait, is he really Durante? And Golbez died a long time ago? What? Was that the plot twist? And grab this quest. Technically, this is the first quest of patch 6.5, but we'll stop it after this scene. Oh, it isn't even voiced, so whatever. Okay, so she probably went off to go read some books and figured out what to do. Meanwhile, all these guys went off to go train. Because normally there's like a 3-month gap in between patches. 3 to 4 months. So this is basically, it's like 3 months later. Time skip. There was a time skip. You know, because this main storyline requires you to do all the trials instead of those being as like side quests. This post-game story, like Endwalker post-game, seems more memorable. I'm trying to think back what happened in the Shadowbringers post-game. I mean, I know basically you end up dealing with Elidibus, because he ends up being the villain that takes over after Emmett Selk is defeated at the end of Shadowbringers. So eventually you fight him in patch 5.3. As in the Seat of Sacrifice as the Warrior of Light. Because you have to be the Warrior of Darkness. That Zeramis should so test the seal, even when not at full strength. We must needs vanquish it, to which end we require a means to pierce through the what? The Dark Veil? We're gonna have to go to the first, I already know. So did you find it a way to bring resplendent light to bear against this foe? As a matter of fact, I have. I knew it. We harnessed light from the first. Okay, well, you need me to instant transmission over there real quick? Such a feat would require us to manipulate vast amounts of energy, to say the least. Oh, for a second I thought she was going to whip out some scouters for them to wear on their faces. Instead, it's just orbs. She consulted Sid, who rose to the challenge and produced bespoke devices. These marvelous contraptions can be placed at locations of our choosing to facilitate the flow of ether. Oh, they're going to create ether currents now. Okay. Into the Crystal Tower. The structure in Izim's Step, which the Elegans built. This gives us a reason to go back to a Stormblood zone that you haven't had to visit in like years. Unless you're doing like Shadowbringer Relic content. Those look like the probes that you had to set up in Boja. In this way, we shall have a lance of light with which to pierce the veil of darkness. They never tested this. Well, it would hardly be the first time we played it by ear. We always seem to do that. So we're gonna have to go to the first. We're gonna have to go and pull light, probably out of the empty or something. Send that back to the Void Tower. Or not the Void Tower, the Crystal Tower. And then the Crystal Tower, send that into the Rift. Get that into the Source. Then somehow take that over to the Red Moon. Through the moon. How is she supposed? What's she supposed to do? Oh, she's gonna go to the first? In a spirit vessel? Void Scent Summoning also sees the soul separated from flesh. The separation I can do at will. If you aren't averse to traveling with company, I should be glad to lend Zero my vessel. Oh yeah, because I'm the only one that can instant transmission over there anyway, so, you know. Okay, you can go. Zero's gonna have to transfer her soul. Man, this scene should have been voiced. This is a pretty major scene, showing the actual plan that they're going to plan to do to stop Zeromus. All right, well that's gonna be it for this stream. You win or you die. 5 hours? Is this a double EXP night? We aren't even gaining any experience. Well, I mean, we basically completed patch 6.4. These cutscenes are actually 6.5. But we're not gonna complete 6.5 on stream. I mean, no. This is like another 7 hours. No. This will be like on either a separate stream or I'll probably do this one offline. Although now I kind of want to play through the rest of it on stream. I wasn't expecting the Endwalker post-game story to be that good. I mean, I heard that it was very heavily just Final Fantasy IV. There's like a bunch of Final Fantasy IV references. Although, now that I think about it, Endwalker, the actual expansion itself, when it was new, used elements of Final Fantasy IV. So this whole expansion is pretty much Final Fantasy IV. I can't believe Golbez ended up being the villain. Now I have to become the Warrior of Darkness and return to the first. Okay. The Cabin of Curiosity, where's that? Oh yeah, we're going all the way over there. Okay, so that's what'll be done either next time. So that's it. That's it. We basically completed 6.4 all in one sitting. I mean, that's supposed to be like 10 hours of content. We did it in like 5. That's because I didn't have to grind gear. They need to make this game 4K compliant with the update. That text is tiny. Yeah, the scaling is kind of insane. Yeah. So okay, well you guys can't read the subtitles. I'll keep that in mind. See if I can make that larger. What is this? Is this a bot? That comment randomly always shows up when when the stream is set to Final Fantasy XIV as the game title. Yeah, that's that weird bot, isn't it? That is a bot, right? The weird thing is that Kisei is showing up as an actual like participant in the chat. That's weird. At the very end of the stream, the bots show up. Okay, well, that was 6.4, The Dark Throne. So the next expansion, or the next patch is... What is it called? FF14 patch 6.5. So the next one is called Growing Light. And I remember I watched the trailer for that. And I was like, man, what are they doing here with the light stuff? Now I know. Now it makes sense. We gotta go to the first. So the 13th is the world covered in darkness. The first world is the world covered in light. There's too much light. That was the whole thing. That was basically Shadowbringers. So we're going back to Shadowbringers, the previous expansion. Which is cool. That was probably a lot of people's favorite one. Sometime between Shadowbringers and Endwalker was when this game's population, like, just exploded. And the queue times were insane at Endwalker's launch. So we're going back there. I don't think I have to do anything with my gear. I think my gear is good. There's only one more 4-person dungeon that I have to see. And then I have Expert unlocked again. Then it'll be easy to gear up all the rest of my other jobs. Because right now, I can only play tank, because Gunbreaker's the only one that I have that's actually geared decently. Everything else is, like, so outdated. Or everything else is not even max level. So, we're gonna figure out alternate ways to level from 80 to 90. And then... with how many yeah, this game's definitely over 100 gigabytes. I mean, I can check real quick, but it's definitely over 100 gigs. It's a huge game. Let me see. Now I'm curious, how big is this game? Well, you know what? It's 75 gigabytes. 75 gigs. That's actually way smaller than I thought. 75 gigs. I thought it was going to be like 100 plus. Because World of Warcraft is definitely 100 plus. $75 gigs for an MMO is impressive. Yeah, I thought it would be larger too. I seriously, I thought it was gonna be like 120 something gigs. It's only 75. That's interesting. Well, it's gonna get larger with the next expansion. But that's interesting with all these. So this game has had 4 expansions: Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker. So we're about to get the 5th one. Yeah. But you know what? The game, like, each expansion only adds 6 new zones. And at release, they add... how many dungeons do they add? I can count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8. 8 4-person dungeons. And 3 trial fights. 1, 2, 3. No. Well, 1, 2, 3 normal, and then 2 extreme. So 5 trial fights. 5 trial fights. 8 dungeons. That's pretty much it. And 6 new zones. And the thing is, they never show you, like, okay. Right now, if you Google, like, if you go to the official website, you'll see, you can already see screenshots and artwork of 5 of the new zones. They reveal 5 out of the 6 zones, even before the expansion comes out. But they always hide the final zone. The final zone is always kept hidden real well. So nobody ever really knows, because they want to catch you off guard. They always want to surprise the players with something. Like Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers, the final zone was so memorable because it was literally like an underwater. It was basically like Little Mermaid. It was called the Tempest. And then Endwalker's final zone was basically the land where the Omega weapon is from. The Ultima Thule. Like, that was so surprising. Although, I will admit, though, I think they also hid the moon and maybe Elpis. I think. For Endwalker. I don't remember the moon being revealed before the Endwalker expansion came out. So they may have hid like 3 of the zones for Endwalker. But for this upcoming expansion, they've already shown like 5 of the zones. The benchmark also usually reveals half of the zones. I'm trying to think if the Endwalker benchmark... I know it didn't show the last zone. I don't think it showed Elpis either. So I think it showed Garlemald. I don't even know if it showed Labyrinthos. Now I gotta go back and like play that benchmark again and see if it actually shows Labyrinthos. It might actually only show like 3 zones in that one. The upcoming expansion is the biggest one in terms of... No, they're all about the same. They're always about the same. So basically, ever since the first one, Square Enix basically copies the same... Like, they do 6 zones for every expansion. 6 new zones to level up in. So there's typically there's like your early level zone. So in this case, it's going to be a level 90 to level 92 or 93 zone. Then there's going to be a second zone, which has a low level zone and a high level zone. So it'll be a mix. It'll be like level 91 or maybe even level 90 up to, and then it like stops at like 92. And then it has like a huge jump. It'll be like 96 or 97 to level 99 or something. Like but it's a separate area that you can't go to until later in the story. So they lock you out of being able to go to that higher level section in that same zone. That's how they've always done it. And then the third zone is like your mid-level zone. Then the fourth zone is also a mid-level zone. And then the fifth zone is a high-level zone. And then you revisit one of the other first or second zones because that's also half of it's like a high-level zone. And then you go to the final zone, which is a high-level zone. That'll be like level 98, level 99, level 100. And that's the one they always hide. So, yeah, that's typically how they do it. So I'm expecting... See, the thing is, all the footage for Dawntrail has focused on, like, the tropical, the ocean, traveling across the ocean. Like, the world map, just to go to the world map real quick. Maybe I should... How big can I make this? Let's make this larger. Having a 4K screen, I can actually make this pretty large. Okay, well now it's too large because I'm in the way. So... It's kind of like World of Warcraft. You've got the western continent over here, and you have the eastern continent over there. Now, the base game takes place on the western continent. So you've got your Limbs of Lominz, you got Thanalan, you got La Nocia, you got the Black Shroud, Korthus, and Gir Albania. I think that's how you pronounce it. And Dravania. So you got all those places. So then the middle section, which looks like the place where the Lich King in Wrath of the Lich King was, the Northern Lands, that was the Garlean Empire's territory. But you basically defeat the Empire in this expansion, in Endwalker. In the current expansion, we defeated the Empire. So they're already defeated. So that's why this is kind of shown here in the middle with the clouds around it. I don't know why they don't reveal the rest of that landmass. I don't know why it's still shrouded in clouds. Because technically the Empire is defeated. So why is this still like in a veil? And then you have the Eastern Continent. The Eastern Continent is mostly like the second expansion. That's Stormblood. So you have like Chinese-themed, Japanese-themed stuff over here. You got the Burn over there. You have like the southern area where I believe the Stormblood raid, 24-man raids take place, which is basically like Final Fantasy XII. Ivalice content is in there. And then you have... and that's, so basically this, what's on the screen covers the base game, the first expansion, the second expansion, and the fourth expansion. So basically everything shown here is everything except Shadowbringers, the third expansion, because the third expansion takes place on another planet. So you go to what's called the First. This world is called the Source. This is the Source. Shadowbringers takes place on an alternate world called the First. And that one looks like this. So this is the world map. Because you guys know how Final Fantasy, like a traditional Final Fantasy game, always has another planet. Like somewhere, like 2/3 out of the game, you go to another world. And there's like or a time travel thing or something. So this game is no different. So the third expansion takes place on another planet, which is known as the First, and that's the Shadowbringers world. This is a world that was engulfed in light. You know how Japanese games are with their writing. It's always about balance. It's always about light and darkness balancing out. So the theme behind the First is it is a world that has too much light. Way too much light. It's engulfed in primordial light. So you have to bring balance by becoming the warrior of darkness and bringing darkness and bring back the night sky. So that's basically what you do in Shadowbringers. Hence the name Shadowbringers. So we're going to go back to this world because this current patch is going to force me to travel back to the First to gather light so we can pierce the veil of darkness. So we're going back here. So this is basically it. The world's encompassed by light, although we've restored balance, at least partially. So that's why, you know, it looks like this. But yeah, that's it. And then the upcoming expansion, Dawn Trail, will introduce a new continent, a hidden continent, which I believe is down in the southwest of what is currently shown here. So it's going to stretch this map out. It's going to zoom out more. And we're going to explore territory that's over here that you guys can't really see. But it's to the west of the main continent, the Eorzea continent, which is where the base game takes place. How do you keep up with nearly 14 years of lore? That's a good question. I have no idea. Like, if somebody was attempting to play the game, like, now, from the start as a brand new character on a brand new account, I have no idea how long it would take to get caught up. Because 2013 was this stuff. 2015 was more of this stuff. 2017 was this. 2019 was this. And 2021, well, very end of 2021, technically maybe you can say 2022, was like the rest of this stuff. So, and the moon, the moon is also here. So, yeah, there's a lot. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. There's like so much lore. There's so many factions. But the thing is, the story ended in Endwalker. So the current expansion already ended the storyline from the base game up to Endwalker. So that story's over, which means it's a full reboot. Starting with this upcoming expansion, the entire storyline, the villains, everything that's introduced, it's all going to be new. And it has really nothing. I mean, I guess like the major characters and stuff, they're still going to be around. But as far as I know, it's a brand new story. Brand new villain, brand new plot, brand new everything. It's basically starting over. So it's... You don't really need to know the lore, I guess. I mean, like, I'm somebody who never played 1.0. So I never played the original game, like the 2010 game that they basically killed off because it was such a disaster. I never experienced that game. So I don't really know any of the story that took place in the original Final Fantasy XIV that was basically killed off. So I'm someone who came in 2.0, and as far as I know, you don't really need to know too much about the original game to be you're not really missing out on anything. So I think the reason why they're starting a new story is for the exact same reason. Basically, to answer your question, the lore is so like it's so long running that they kind of want to reset so that if new players come in, they don't really need to bother getting caught up too much in it. Although they can if they want. It's basically like if you wanted to play like all the trails of games, because those are all interconnected. I mean, good luck with that. That's like, what is that? 6 plus, that's like 12 games right there. Single player RPGs that all tie together in the same universe and the same story and everything. So yeah, that's yeah. I don't know how to get caught up on that. I don't even bother. I just like start with one of the more modern games and just go from there. Yeah, 2010 was when the original game came out. So the game came out in 2010. It was such a disaster. They killed it off. Then they re-released the game. They relaunched the game as A Realm Reborn in 2013. That's when I got into it. Like, I never played the original. So, but I've played all the expansions from 2.0 up until now. So, I don't consider myself super hardcore on Final Fantasy XIV, considering the fact that I was like not playing this game for 2 years. So I can't really consider myself hardcore. But I'm more like, I'm somebody who has kept up with the series, at least, over the years. But I'm not like constantly playing the game. But there's a lot of people that are like always sub to the game, and they're like always playing the game, and they have level 90 on like everything. They're like, they do end game rating, like all the difficult, like the ultimate fights, the savage fights, all that stuff. Like, I used to do that in like the very first expansion, and then just kind of like gave up because of time and stuff, because it's a huge time sink, as you can imagine. But yeah. But anyway, that's it for The Dark Throne. Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, The Dark Throne. We'll be back next time with Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, Growing Light. That sounds like such a... I don't know. The Dark Throne sounds like a cool name for a patch of content. Growing Light doesn't sound as cool, but we'll see how it goes. What is gonna happen here in the next live stream is we're going to conclude the Endwalker story, and we're going to begin a new storyline, which is the start of the Dawn Trail storyline. That's what's gonna happen. So the next patch that I do is the final patch. Because there's one more boss fight. Zeromus is the final boss of the Endwalker expansion. So that will conclude the events of the post-game story of Endwalker. And all the random, like, unvoiced filler cutscenes featuring Kryl and the Rabbit Man and all those people, those are like the foreshadowing of the Dawn Trail story. So it's already been happening in the background, but we have been focusing too much on the 13th world and all this other stuff with Golbez and now Zeromus and fighting the 4 Archfiends. Basically, we've been playing through Final Fantasy IV while behind the scenes some NPCs are like preparing for the Dawn Trail stuff. So we're going to conclude the Final Fantasy IV content in this game. Then it's going to start a brand new story that gets us set up to go into the land of Troll, which is that western continent in the southwest that I talked about. And that's where the next expansion takes place. So that's going to be it. So that's it for the stream. So I'm pretty stoked. We're going to be focusing heavily on Final Fantasy XIV for the next week or two. And then just looking at my schedule here, we've got... So I've got like 2 weeks. Then we have Elden Ring. We got Shadow of the Erd Tree. And then we have Final Fantasy Dawn Trail, the expansion itself. So the way I explained the storytelling of this game, and the way I'm basically repeating what Yoshi P said. Yoshi P wants the content of this game to be consumed like a Netflix show. That's what he's going for with the story. Like, he literally wants this story to be like a PG or a PG-13 Game of Thrones. Like, he said something akin to that. I mean, obviously, this is not some Game of Thrones, but with all the lore and all the, like, world building and boss fights and characters and the whole Dragon Ball Z theme, now we gotta go train and power up and then come back and fight the final boss. And then we're gonna go, in the summer, we're going across the ocean. So, you know, like, we're gonna go to some new lands. That's basically how they want the story to go. So it's like, he doesn't care if you binge the content like how I'm doing it, or if you play it long-term, you're a long-term subscriber and you just play the game They basically treat these patches like seasons of Game of Thrones. So we're literally we just finished season 4 of Endwalker. Like, Endwalker has what? Season 1, which is like the base game. Season 2, which is like patch 1.1. Season 3, Season 4, Season 5. So we just finished point 4. So we're like, we just finished Season 4. We're about to go into Season 5, the final season. Then we're done with Endwalker. Then after that, it's like, okay, we're done. So that's how the story's told. Like, they focus a lot on the story. So even though it's an MMO that comes with like a Netflix show. I mean, that's kind of how they think of it, at least from a developer standpoint. So, is it going to be tomorrow? More like later today? Yeah, it's probably going to be later today. Yeah, so I'm going to try to blaze through a lot of this. I want to get caught up, and we're really close now. We literally have, like I said, one more season to watch, because you spend most of the time watching the game. And then you end up doing like one 4-person dungeon and then one 8-person boss fight. And the only time I have to group up with other players is only during the boss fight. So then I don't know what we'll do. After that, we're probably going to be doing like how to do the relic quest line, how to like do the fastest power level from like level 90 to level 100. I need to get my warrior to level 90 and figure out the optimal path to get from 80 to 90. I gotta figure out what job I want to play for the expansion, whether it's gonna be Viper or Pictomancer. I know that it's gotta be one of the new ones. I'm not gonna be playing as this, doing the expansion, no way. But tanks are like very OP. It's so easy to find a group. You literally insta-queue. As soon as you click a button, you got a group like that, except now, because we're in downtime and no one's really playing. Because unless you're someone like me trying to get caught up. But anyway, that's going to be it. We're going to be finishing up this story probably tomorrow, I can imagine. And then we're just going to go from there. So for June, expect on this channel, if I do gaming streams like this, it's either going to be Final Fantasy XIV or maybe Endwalker, or not. What did I say, Endwalker? This is Endwalker. It's going to be Final Fantasy XIV or Elden Ring. But I don't think we're going to see me... You guys are going to see me playing Elden Ring until the second half of the month. So, for the next 2 weeks, if you're someone who likes to watch these games or just like talk with me while I'm playing through the games on the weekend, you can expect it's just going to be Final Fantasy XIV. Pretty much it's just going to be Final Fantasy XIV. So, I mean, I guess if someone's not a big fan of this game, it's a bummer because they probably wanted to see like Ghost of Tsushima or something, but I mean, I'm not going to revisit that game until probably August, realistically speaking. It'll be August before I revisit Ghost of Tsushima. Unless I manage to like burn myself out on Dawn Trail and get sick and tired of this game, and then I don't want to touch this game anymore. And that could definitely happen. That can definitely happen. If you're binging the content like I am right now, the worst, I don't want to burn myself out for Dawn Trail, but I'm not going to burn myself out for Dawn Trail. I mean, I can play this game for like 2 weeks, then take a break, play Shadow of the Erdtree for like a week, and then, or a week and a half, and then bam, Dawn Trail comes out, we're back in, and it's Final Fantasy XIV like all the way through, because there's gonna be a ton of Final Fantasy XIV on this channel. Like we're gonna be doing EX trials when we get to level 100. We're gonna be running raid parties, all that stuff. I'm very engaged with the game when the expansion is new and fresh, and there's a lot of players, and there's a lot of stuff going on in the game. Then it kind of cools off, people start unsubbing, people will go back to their regular lives, and new games come out, life goes on. That's usually how I handle this game. I don't see it being any different with this expansion. But what that means is that the summer, for me, personally, the summer is basically Final Fantasy XIV. With one speed bump being Shadow of the Erdtree. And if I get done with this game, the next game on the list is actually another new game that probably people who watch my channel don't even know about. It's going to be called Trails... What is it called? The Legend of Heroes. Trails Through Daybreak? I think that's the English translation. The Japanese version is Kuro no Kiseki, which I already know that one, but we're talking about the English version because the game is coming out literally a week after Dawn Trail. So if I get done with this game, the next game on the list is Trails Through Daybreak. We're going to see how that, if that has XESS or DLSS or whatever, if that game has any of that stuff, we're going to be checking that out. That's the next game on the list. Then once I get through that, there's literally nothing that I'm tracking until Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 is the next big game for me, and it might actually be the final game. Well, maybe Black Myth Wukong. Those two games, that's it. That's it. There's nothing else. The only thing that will happen to me after that is return to Genshin Impact. That's probably what's going to happen. It's going to be Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact, the return of Genshin Impact. You know, that's what's probably going to happen. Ys 9 got the English patch already. Yeah, Ys 9's in English. I got that game. Yeah, I played that game. In fact, I think I played that game. I think I tested Ys 9 on Intel Arc. Yeah, during the Intel A770 launch, when I streamed all those different games, Ys 9 was one of the games that I tested on Intel Arc at launch. So yeah. Oh, you mean Ys Nordics or Ys 10? When is Ys 10 coming out? Yeah. I don't think that's this year though, right? I think that's like next year. Anyway, though that's basically all that's left for this year. In terms of gaming for me, it's basically this game, then The Legend of Heroes, Calvary Republic arc. I'm so stoked for that. That game has a dual combat system design. It's gonna be so good. Man, that game is gonna be so good. Then, if I care to play Black Myth Wukong, I'll pick that one up. Otherwise, if that game underperforms, I'm just gonna skip it. And then Silent Hill 2 on PC and or PS5 Pro. PS5 Pro is gonna come out. When PS5 Pro comes out, it depends on what happens to Final Fantasy 16. I want to play Final Fantasy 16 on PC, but I have no idea when that's coming out on PC. That might be next year, or at the end of this year at the earliest. So I think it's next year. So what I want to do is when the PS5 Pro comes out, I want to replay Final Fantasy 16 on the harder difficulty level. Speed run through that game on the Pro and see how that game looks much, much better on the Pro. And then I'm also going to revisit Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and see how that improves on the Pro. So, but that's later in the year. So, I mean, see, the thing with me, I always have to have a roadmap. Internally, I have a release schedule and a roadmap all lined out, all planned out on the calendar. So, like, Computex is, like, plastered all over my calendar right now, and that's literally next week. So, NVIDIA, AMD, all that stuff that we always talk about, they're pretty much top priority. Then Final Fantasy XIV, it's just Final Fantasy XIV. And then we've got Elden Ring, and then Final Fantasy XIV again, and everything that I just repeated for probably the 5th time now is after that. So, and that's pretty much 2024 in terms of games and technology. Hence the name of the channel, Game Tech. We cover games and technology. So, but that's it. It's from my frame of reference, right? So it's going to be the games that I feature are going to be games that I'm interested in. I'm not going to go and play Call of Duty on this channel because I could care less about that franchise. So, same thing with Fortnite. You're not going to be seeing Fortnite on this channel. Silent Hill 2 will be interesting because of UE5. Yeah, Silent Hill 2, we're probably going to be seeing me play through Silent Hill 2 on, because I never played Silent Hill 2, the original, and everybody says that is a masterpiece for the horror genre, so I definitely want to play through that, the modern remake of that. So I saw that from State of Play yesterday. That one, Monster Hunter Wilds, and Astro Bot, those 3 games are the ones that have my attention. The only other ones that stood out to me, there was this one game called, what was the name? Ballad of Antares, or Antara. Ballad? I think Ballad of Antara. That game was probably the surprise that I wasn't expecting, because I was already kind of assuming, okay, we're probably going to see some Monster Hunter on this live stream premiere. We're probably going to see something from Konami, which was Silent Hill. And we're probably going to see something from Sony, which was Astro Bot. So all those 3 that all showed up back to back to back at the very end of the show, those are the 3 that are the most interesting to me. But the only other game that I was not expecting to see and really stood out to me was a game called Ballad of Antara. I think I'm saying that right. That game, at first when I saw that game, I was like, man, this looks like a Japanese game or a Korean game. But then I was like, then there was one scene where there's like the kid being carried on the back of the adult, and I saw the face of the adult character, the male. I saw his face. I'm like, okay, hold on a second. It looks like a Chinese developed game. So sure enough, if you Google the game, Chinese made game, which means it's probably going to be there's some kind of gacha element or a live service element. And frankly speaking, the most interesting original looking games from State of Play were all Chinese developed games. This is what I mean when I say that the Chinese game developers are on point. They know what sells. They know what people want. What I noticed from the West and the Japanese developers are just the same old franchises over and over again, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but what it indicates to me is that there's a lack of originality and there's a lack of innovation happening in the more mature, well-established game studios today. So we're seeing what I consider stagnation. I mean, even like Concord looked cool, but let's be honest, that's just an Overwatch clone at the end of the day, or a Valorant clone. It doesn't matter. It just depends on which one you play. So, I mean, a hero shooter is what that is, which is fine. It's okay. It's a new one, but it's like, really? It's a hero shooter? I don't think anyone was expecting it to be a hero shooter. But yeah, I mean, that one was okay looking, but other than that, what do they show off? God of War, Ragnarok for PC. Okay, big deal. That's just in line with Sony's strategy. And that was pretty much it. Concord being paid will probably be the death of the game. Yeah, but if it's like the original Overwatch 1, really? I don't know, man. I think if it's like old school Overwatch, I think it'll be fine. It'll probably die off after a while. I just don't think that it has enough staying power behind it. But you know what they're gonna do, right? They're gonna make you buy the game, and then they're gonna have like battle passes later on. It's gonna be like the way Tekken 8. Tekken 8 makes you buy the game, and then they have their little like season pass thing. They're gonna have something like that. That's what everybody does now. That's what everybody does. That's like the standard practice now with all these game studios, because they have to figure out how to bring in recurring revenue. So, but yeah, I mean, the 3 games at the end of that show, Silent Hill, Astrobot is a game that I might actually play. We'll see. It's one of those where I would probably just wait for like a sale where it's like $20 or something. But I can't imagine Astrobot being that expensive. But I could be wrong, because it's like Astro's Playroom, only it's like a fully featured game. Whereas Astro's Playroom was like a glorified demo. Like a tech demo or something that showed off all the functionality of the PS5. So we'll see how that goes. But that game looked really good, man. And I haven't played a really nice looking platformer in a long time. And Astrobot looks like a really good platformer. They definitely saved the best for last. Yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter Wilds, that's my most anticipated game of next year. That to me is easily a 500-hour game. Like I can put like minimum, I can put like 300 hours into a Monster Hunter game. So that one, when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's a no-brainer. I'm gonna be playing a ton of Monster Hunter Wilds next year. Let's put it this way. Next year, I'm probably gonna put more hours into Monster Hunter Wilds than I'll have put into Final Fantasy XIV this year. So let that sink in, because I plan to put a lot of hours into this game. So probably like easily probably 200 plus hours in this game right now over the next month and a half. So yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds, that's the next big game. Like that's the next what I call the commit game. Like the game you commit to for a long period of time. Like 14 is a commit game. Monster Hunter, that's another commit game. Now I skipped Monster Hunter Rise. Like I completely skipped that. I was like, no, we're not playing Monster Hunter Rise. What's funny is that if you remember watching the video for Monster Hunter Wilds, you get bonuses for having saved data from Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Iceborne, the expansion to World. Which means that you could have completely just skipped Rise and you're not missing it. There's no FOMO. There's like nothing. You're not missing out on anything. which is great because I completely skipped that game. So, yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect. Like, I didn't miss anything by not playing Monster Hunter Rise. Because I personally think World was way better than Rise. Because Rise was like a Switch game, and then they ported it to the PC. And it doesn't look as good as World. World's good, but we're going to see how RE Engine handles Wilds. Because as far as I know, Monster Hunter Wilds is on RE Engine, and RE Engine, it has made a name for itself this year with Dragon's Dogma. And not in a good way, but we will see how that engine tackles Monster Hunter Wilds. I think it'll be fine, because I don't think there's that many NPCs in that game. So I think it'll be fine. Capcom most likely will make sure that it's not a disaster. But right now, my game of the year is Dragon's Dogma 2. Like, that's my personal game of the year. Dragon's Dogma 2. It's just straight up Dragon's Dogma 2. Like, no questions asked. The only other games that could rival that game, unless Silent Hill 2 is like amazing, but I don't know, because it's such a niche genre. Although one might add that Dragon's Dogma is a very niche game. The only other games that could rival that are Yakuza, the Yakuza series. So basically, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Those are the only two. Those two and Dragon's Dogma are and Silent Hill 2 are like the best games of this year. There's like nothing else as far as I'm concerned. Everything else is either just missing there's some sort of essence that's missing, and I think that's the reason why those are the ones that are the best ones. Those are the ones that stand out to me personally. Alright, so I've kind of rambled on for an extra, like 40 minutes. I've added like 40 minutes to the stream. This year was, so far, was 95% RPG, 5% anything else. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Some people are already saying that Shadow of the Erdtree should win Game of the Year. Those people, man, like, as much as I like From Software, that to me is what I call blatant fanboyism. I was like, really? You're gonna declare a DLC, a paid DLC, a $40 DLC is Game of the Year? Get out of here, man. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. People who say that, they need to go outside and touch grass. For real. Like, really? You're gonna declare a DLC as Game of the Year? A DLC, first of all, that hasn't even released yet. You're declaring it's Game of the Year? Well, that's one way to one-up the Cyberpunk DLC. The Liberty City DLC. I do think, though, that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth should be a contendant. I really think, or a candidate. I think what really hurt Final Fantasy VII, and I know Square Enix has been feeling this, and that's why they're changing their policy going forward, is the lack of multi-platform at release really hurt Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And the fact that at release, you couldn't play it on a PS5 Pro. Because I feel like the PS5 Pro will make that game... It'll make playing that game on the PlayStation console significantly better. Like, significantly better. So, that's the one game that I feel like it will benefit tremendously from the PS5 Pro. The other one would be like Final Fantasy 16. But Final Fantasy 16 was last year. But because of that, because 7 didn't get enough exposure due to being a console exclusive, I think Helldivers 2 and Dragon's Dogma will probably rank higher in terms of Game of the Year. I just think Helldivers 2 as a live service, I feel like that is such a... It's a good game, but I just don't... I don't know, man. Helldivers 2 does... I don't think that game deserves Game of the Year. Just because it's multiplayer and a bunch of people play it, they drop in and play for like 2 hours a session and they just quit. That to me doesn't mean that it should be Game of the Year. Sony made a PSN account mandatory for playing God of War Ragnarok. Did they? Because they didn't make it mandatory for Ghost of Tsushima. I think they should do a... Well, I think they want to do a launcher. And I don't think it'll hurt them to do a launcher. Because I don't see... Okay, I personally... as much as Steam is convenient... If I'm forced to use a launcher, I'll use the launcher. Like, the fact that every time I want to play Avatar, I have to use Ubisoft Connect to play Avatar or Far Cry 6. So it's like, okay, yeah, I'll just use the launcher. And there were some games that came out on Epic Games Store before they came out on Steam. Final Fantasy VII Remake, I have that on Epic Games. I do not have that on Steam. Kingdom Hearts 3, I have that on Epic Games. I don't even think that game is on Steam. So, there are some games, it's like, if I have to use a different launcher, as long as it has cloud save backups, like Steam does, I am not I'm not that loyal to Steam. So, it's like, and it's like, every time there's the big one, like the big one, the industry leader is the one that I feel needs to be knocked down a peg. So I tend to support the underdog, usually, when it comes to monetary stuff. So, like, Steam is so big, right? And Epic Games doesn't take as much of a rev share percentage compared to Steam. So, like, I've heard Steam takes 30%. So, like, if someone buys a game on Steam, Steam takes 30%, and the developers get the remaining 70%. Whereas I think, like, Epic Games, it's more like 12 to 15%. It's more negotiable compared to Steam, is what I'm saying. So, that's good. So, those are the sort of things that make me gravitate to that launcher versus, or that, you know, that content provider, essentially. Because you're literally buying a right to use license key to run the game from that platform. So, I would gravitate more toward Epic Games for that reason. But it just turns out that I don't play a lot of games that come out on Epic Games that I don't already have. That's the thing. So, because I don't play Fortnite. Like, I don't play Epic Games, like, their first-party titles. So, you know, like, the last time I purchased a game on Epic Games was probably Kingdom Hearts 3 or Stranger of Paradise or something like that. And that's because, I mean, that's where you go to get those games. If they come to PC, they come out on that platform. They don't go to Steam immediately. Like, there was some deal. And I think it's because Square Enix didn't... I mean, they know that Steam takes a larger cut, so that's like, okay, screw you guys. We're going to go to you guys last. You know, once we get as much exposure on these other platforms, then when our sales start dwindling, then we will open the floodgates to Steam to get the stragglers, to get the people that are too lazy to use different launchers or whatever, you know. So those people end up having to wait the longest. But yeah, if Sony wants to do their own launcher, I don't have a problem with it. Because I think it'll give them better exposure, I guess. But they just have to make sure the launcher's good. Otherwise, like, why bother? So it needs to have cloud backup. It needs to have a decent integration with their forums, with their support forums, kind of like Steam forums. Basically, something like that. That's all they really need. Friends list, but that'll be integrated with PSN. So, you know, that'll work, whatever. So, yeah, that's what they should do. Create their own PlayStation ecosystem. and compete directly with Steam and Epic Games and everybody else at Microsoft. So anyway, guys, I rambled on for like a whole nother hour. I didn't expect to go off like this for a whole nother hour. But anyway, that was Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, The Dark Throne. So we'll be back with Growing Light, Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker, the final patch of this expansion. So anyway, guys, take care, and I will catch you guys on the next stream coming soon. So stay tuned for that. And after that, we got Tech Thursdays covering Computex, which is going to be happening this upcoming week. So take care, and I'll see you then. See you guys.